here. And there's chat. Okay. Stream is going.
Great.
Perfect. I'll post the link.
Thank you, Ven. You're a sweetheart. Don't let anyone tell you different.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Please don't ruin my reputation.
You're not a sweetheart?
Nope, no.
No?
No, she's
not.
not. She's really mean. She's hurting my feelings all the time.
Oh.
That's right.
Hello,
You
Pencap.
can't say anything with.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Yeah, introverted feeling and extroverted feeling. You know, those two cognitive functions have been confused for so long in my 10 years of MBTI experience.
Cautious.
I think the issue is that it's people that don't actually look into the system, and they just see the words extroverted and feeling, therefore they assume that it must have something to do with the feelings of other people or of the world around them. And I suppose you can make an argument for that, but it really doesn't. How you see it manifested, it has nothing to do with the feelings of other people. Hi, Moon Globes. Got the wife beater on today. Well, you know, tradition and all that.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Yeah, it's hot. So, thought about putting on the Deadpool shirt, but that one's a little bit more see-through.
Time to skulk about.
Very thin material. Let's see.
Hey, if that's what the public wants, give them what they want.
I don't know what the public wants me to wear.
Right now.
Not. We're not here to discuss fashion sense. We're here to discuss MBTI. That's why I'm here. Also to showcase how I end up beating Baldur's Gate 3 as a solo rogue on the normal difficulty. Hello,
believe in you.
hello, person with lines for name. Let's see. Got a lot of wife beating to do. Yeah, obviously. Hi, immortal emperor master. You know, every time I see that name, I'm reminded of High School DxD and the Dragon Emperor characters.
Do you know who that is? That's Sleepy. He
Is
just
it
likes to hide.
Sleepy? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that was Sleepy. I haven't talked to Sleepy in a while. Very interesting to hear an ENTP's take on it. I don't have any personal takes on MBTI. I just know how the functions behave. End of story. And then I tell people about it. That's I don't have a personal take. It's not horoscopes, as some people would try to have you believe. There is an actual criteria for certain behaviors and how they behave, or well, how they're, categorized as a function. Oh, he's wide awake, he says. In case anyone's wondering, this is in fact Baldur's Gate 3, and I am doing my first playthrough of it is as a arcane trickster solo. Wherever I can be solo, so.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine.
And so far, the only way for me to get through the game has been to hide someplace and the enemy in such a manner that the enemies don't bother coming to look for me when I attack them. So not exactly balanced for an Arcane Trickster playthrough.
Can't risk being in open view.
Let's see here. So which aspect of these two functions should we cover first?
Out of sight.
Let's go for FI.
Well, yeah, we're gonna talk about introverted feeling. I was just wondering which aspect of it. I mean, the differences are, they're pretty vast, I guess. Like, they're not the same, really. Introverted feeling, of course, is about the user's personal feelings. You know, morals, values, opinions, principles, ethics, etc., etc., etc. Things that when you get to the core of them, it comes from a personal preference.
I'm exhausted.
And introverted feeling can, as Immortal Emperor Master brings up, they can involve empathy, but the actual act of empathy is a combination of introverted feeling and extroverted intuition, a preference for the perspectives of others and personal feelings. So that's where that comes from. And there another.
Could you give us a scenario as to how, in the same situation, and someone with different perspectives would react, and then someone with maybe FI, SE, or SEFI would react?
Someone with different perspectives would react?
Yeah, someone with FI and E against someone with FI, SE.
Well, in terms of a scenario, realistically, what's happening is that someone, let's take an INFP as the pinnacle of examples for empathy. A INFP will be able to see someone in their situation, whether it's happy, sad, joyous, or depressed, etc., etc., and they'll be able to take those context clues from that person's general behavior, maybe how they're, what's the word? The way that you gestures. I've barely been awake. Gestures, body language, and they'll be able to get a greater idea of how that person might be feeling, and so they're going to then experience that feeling from that person. Most of the time, this is involuntary for an INFP. But obviously the older ones have a better time controlling that particular aspect of their personality. But they'll be able to more accurately gauge and experience what that person is feeling. Whereas, let's take an ISFP, for example. They might know or suspect that that person's sad, but not really have an understanding as to what exactly they're feeling. And so they may have to, just ask a few more questions to, and then trust what that person's saying is correct. And of course, ISFPs can express a great deal of sympathy for someone. Absolutely. But is it going to be that? Are they going to be able to express empathy on a level the same as an experienced INFP? Well, no. When it comes to Jung, I have read a little bit, like passages here and there, and I ended up not agreeing with some of the things that he said about people. So, don't know what Jung felt about introverted feeling, but all I know is that the cognitive functions from the Myers-Briggs type indicator, I have seen those in real life. I see them every day. And so I know that those ones make sense. And those are, actual cognitive functions that you see in people. So, and if it was derived from Jung, then he was on the right track for sure.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
So yes, INFPs typically experience empathy for others. ISFPs typically experience a lot of sympathy for others. Both can be very compassionate people. Why is it that it's during the... I need to turn off the sound notifications here. Let's see here. Disable all sound notifications. Great. Okay. Keep forgetting to do that. Anyway. Differences between extroverted feeling and introverted feeling. Well, extroverted feeling, and this is the one that I guess people get the most... Like, if I tell somebody introverted feeling is about personal feelings, everyone knows what that means. Okay, you know, how they their certain stances on subjects and topics, maybe even their politics, things like that. Caring more about feelings, which are inherent to, you know, generally people. Of course, there's also people that believe that animals have feelings. I would have to think more on that, whether or not they do. But generally speaking, feelings. So, but extroverted feeling, people get that one way mixed up. So most people, of course, as I said earlier, believe that extroverted feeling is about the feelings of other people. People who have a strong preference for extroverted feeling do not care about your feelings. Not really. I mean, unless they know you personally, but you know, that's a whole nother topic. Extroverted feeling is about maintaining the peace and keeping harmony in a social setting. That's it. They don't care if you're particularly sad about something. Not really. They may feign it. They can pretend, but they don't actually care. What they care about is solving your particular issue so that you can once again be a cohesive part of the group. That kind of a thing. If I were to pit an ENFJ against an ENTJ, what might be the outcome? Someone was it last stream that someone was consistently asking me about what would happen if you pit two or more personalities together. I'm not even sure in what context they were talking about. But the thing is that an ENTJ has no morals, no values. They may care about things like respect, maybe, but realistically, it's not going to bother them to be necessarily underhanded or cutthroat or to throw someone under the bus. And so an ENTJ is willing to do literally anything that do whatever it takes if they can get away with it to win. My suspicion is that even down to murder, as long as they can get away with it, that's what they'll do. Now, granted, obviously, it's a lot more difficult to get away with murder these days than it would have been back in, like, let's say the 1800s, so we didn't have forensics back then. But there was a show with Kevin Spacey, who essentially played something of a psychopath, not exactly a psychopath, but I assumed that he could have possibly been an ENTJ, although the way that he spoke and certain mannerisms, etc., I kind of wanted to go for the ESTJ, but realistically, I don't believe him that he was telling a lot of stories throughout the whole thing, whereas someone like Raymond Reddington always told stories, like he was always living in his memories and just enjoyed explaining them to people. Let's see here. Could an introverted feeling seem like extroverted feeling is they valued social harmony? Well, so here's the thing. Everyone uses all of the functions every day. Now, of course, I've said that I don't know how many times. But just because someone doesn't have a strong preference for extroverted feeling doesn't mean that they can't use it. Doesn't mean that they can't flex extroverted feeling in scenarios. And of course, people that have a stronger even if they don't have a preference for extroverted feeling, let's say it's introverted feeling, the higher up it is, the more likely they are to use that extroverted feeling. So there is that as well. And So it makes perfect sense that, like, let's say an INFP would also value harmony. It would make them feel good that everyone's getting along and having a good time together. And so they may end up, if that's a part of their life, they may end up having more experience with it, learning to use it, etc. Which, of course, most of them should. And of course, most people know how to use extroverted feeling. Most people understand, they have the ability to just shut up and let someone express their opinion without saying anything or just agreeing with it. Why ESTJ is more moral than an ENTJ? That's a good question. Granted, I've answered it already, but it's a good question because in the function preferences, an ESTJ actually has a more of a preference for other people than the ENTJ does. So the ESTJ, you've got extroverted thinking in the lead position that really has nothing to do with people. However, introverted sensing, if they grow up in and this of course isn't every scenario, but if they grow up in an environment where they are told that they need to interact with people, that they're told that they need to be a part of a community, etc., they actually end up having to interact with other people. And then their third function, which of course is significantly more used than their fourth function, that involves other people, extroverted intuition, the perspectives of other people. So they end up getting forced into being interactive with other people, developing bonds, etc., etc. So they and then of course, introverted sensing being about traditions and memory, etc., they can have morals instilled upon them that they can then preach. So whether or not they actually necessarily feel like they're, more, let's say, moral or what have you, they at least act like it, and they use those values and morals, the things that they grew up with, and then of course their connection with other people, more of a connection. ENTJs, extroverted thinking doesn't involve other people. Introverted intuition does not involve other people. That's like part of the definition. It's about them. Excuse me. Bless me. Then extroverted sensing has nothing to do with people. Just their environment. What's going on around them. Like the practical nature of things. So usually being nice or getting to know other people isn't always practical, obviously. So, and then of course followed by introverted feeling in the last position, meaning they don't care about morals, values, etc. So ENTJ does not care about other people, whereas an ESTJ usually ends up having attachments to other people. It's in the functions. Let's see. And just to follow that up, I'm not saying that ESTJs are necessarily more moral, like personally. They just behave in that manner. Have you ever withdrawn your extroverted feeling for people that you don't respect? When I was young, most certainly. When I was, under the age of, let's say, 23, 24, didn't care as much. Like I had... life was going, it wasn't great, but it was in such a position that it didn't matter if I said something and it upset someone and then they didn't talk to me again. I was around other people all the time. I always had new people coming into my life. And so I didn't have much of a reason to do that or, to care really. But as I got older, I learned that I don't often benefit from just telling people how I think and possibly driving them away. So I just ended up learning to use that extroverted feeling more and more as I got older. And so someone says something stupid to me, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe, totally, sure, why not? Things like that, and you just roll with it. Because it doesn't affect me that they believe those things. So it's hard for me to imagine someone not having any morals. Maybe everyone has. Well, it should be hard for you to imagine that because you're not going to come across many people that don't have morals. There's very few people that don't have those personal morals. And it all, like, for example, the ENTJ. they might tell you that they have morals and that they might pretend to believe in certain things, but at the end of the day, they really don't care, and they'll break those morals so long as no one's around to call them out on it. And yes, so for example, when someone tells me, "Oh yeah, I've had an ENTJ friend, since high school, and I've known them for the past 10 years," I'm like, "Are you sure? You positive?" Because ENTJs don't care about you, they don't care about me, they don't care about most other people. They care about their success. Period. And so if you have a friend that's an ENTJ, I assume it's just someone that tells you that they're an ENTJ. So which one knows people better? An ESTJ is going to have a more intimate understanding of people than an ENTJ, and I don't mean that they're super good at it either. Like I have a grandfather who's still alive somehow at the age of like 86, I think, and he likes to believe that he was good with people, and he's really not. Like, yeah, he gets involved in people's lives, and he believes that that's good enough to, be respected or something in the lives of other people. Like, he actually believes that he's gained more respect from people than he actually got. So which one knows people better? Oh, between extroverted feeling and introverted feeling. That's we'd have to define what better means. An INFP, for example, that is really into the psychology of other people, maybe they're a therapist, for example, they're going to have a more experience, therefore a greater understanding. Extroverted feeling preference people, though, tend to get into people's lives more frequently, because that's kind of what their life is about. That's their preference, is dealing with people, knowing how to manipulate them for good or bad. And so you would say, naturally speaking, an extroverted feeling person is going to get to know people more often, but it's nothing really for an INFP to study people and then build up that understanding of other people. I'd say military ESTP has rock bottom morals. Well, I mean, that can make sense, because the morals is introverted feeling, and an ESTP has a preference for extroverted feeling. So ESTPs are just about moving forward, not necessarily moving forward, but living in the moment, of course, getting the most benefit out of their life with as little effort as possible, things like that. And that, of course, comes to, that not just their professional life, but also how their interactions are with other people. And so it's I mean, I don't really have a lot in the ways of morals. Like, that's an afterthought for topics of conversation. How would an INTJ's goal-oriented nature differ from that of an ENTJ? Would they also not be extremely self-absorbed and thus not care about people? Yes, INTJs very often can be self-interested, of course, understandably. Introverted intuition in the first position, very self-centered. Not necessarily selfish, but self-centered. And the difference being is that INTJs actually have morals, values, and opinions, and they express them. And it's because of that's introverted feeling in the third position, not the last. Whereas an ENTJ, meaning that introverted feelings in the last position, just don't care. Like, they know they exist. They just want them, compartmentalized and pushed away and far away from whatever their success is. Which one generally has more morals, ENTPs or ENTJs? If just from the MBTI math, you would have to make the assumption that ENTPs would have more in the ways of morals. Like, ENTPs can still believe in things like honor, for example. And of course, that has, more to do with their upbringing, for example. Like, for me, harming children is bad. That's just me. That's a personal preference, in that harming children is wrong in virtually any capacity. Harming them is bad. Whereas an ENTJ, if it makes them more money, yeah, sure, slave labor someplace, whatever. As long as they can get away with it. That's just an example. So yes, I would say that an ENTP, generally speaking, just from the MBTI math, would have more in the ways of morals. Not many, though. And of course, most people in the MBTI community they tend to have a preference for introverted feeling, morals, values, opinions, ethics, etc. But on most topics of conversation, I keep morals out of it, generally speaking. So there is that. Oh, it's getting warm in here. Because if we're trying to have a philosophical conversation, then, we're looking for the truth in the matter. And, your personal preference in things isn't the truth. It's just, how you feel about it. So, what causes second slot? I say second position. What causes second position introverted feeling having bad morals? Try growing up in a third world country. That would probably do it, most certainly. Your childhood more or less determines how you're going to behave as you grow up. Or as you get older, obviously, as you become an adult. If you grow up in a poor place, like let's say you grow up in the ghetto somewhere, and it's all about, drugs and violence and robbery, etc., then you're going to have different morals about things, understandably. And then if you grow up in a rich part of the world and you grew up rich, then you're going to have those rich people problems, rich kid problems, where they end up becoming activists and whatnot. Oh, we need to do this and help these people here and do those other things without taking into consideration the realities of things. You just know that people are hurting, people need help, and so you want to just go out there and help, kind of things. I grew up in a very bad place in California, which of course most of California is bad, obviously, but I grew up in the Central Valley, and it was all, people were poor, and gunshots every night, drugs, the whole nine yards. And obviously when you are around people like that, if you had morals, they may change. That kind of a thing. Extroverted feeling, though, is once again, that's the more confused function, and extroverted feeling is about that social harmony aspect. Now, as in my particular childhood, I had to learn to use it a little bit earlier than perhaps other ENTPs. I was in a not great place in the world, and I was not under the greatest of care, and certainly not an understanding household. And so if I wanted to avoid getting physically harmed, I needed to learn to work people, essentially. Which is probably why I had more of a fascination with the human mind. It's just how I grew up. Where? It says there's a ladder over there. Whatever. Also, I dare anyone to play Baldur's Gate on a solo Arcane Trickster playthrough. I hear that the Thief Rogue gets automatically, they get two bonus actions or something at some point, so they can actually disengage and then go into stealth. And then if they wanted to, they can attack the target with a backstab over and over and over again. I thought that was pretty neat. I wish the Arcane Trickster got something comparable to that. Best I've got is this hand, and I took the Minor Illusion cantrip so I can kind of create I'll show you, actually. I can create an illusion, which so far has been a cat. Not enough space. Oh. I can create a cat, and it makes all the bad guys look at it, turning them around. Which is neat, but unfortunately, because you can't stealth while you're in melee range of an enemy that's threatening you. You can't just stealth and backstab over and over. Sad. Let's see. Who would you say is likely to have more self-awareness? A high extroverted feeling user or a high introverted feeling user?
Better be cautious.
Based on the math, I wouldn't go off of the decision-making functions. I would go off of the. There are just some personalities that seem to have this huge lack of self-awareness about what's going on. So for me, for example, I spend more time thinking about what I should say and what I should be doing, and then wondering how that how what I do might reflect on other people. Obviously that's how I've had to live most of my life. So for me, that's very normal. But for an introverted intuitive, for example, that's not a preference of theirs to consider all the ways in which their actions might affect other people. And so I would say that there's a lot of introverted intuitives that have a more difficult time with that, but also there are introverted sensors that have difficulties with that. For example, ESTJs. Although they tend to want to get to know what other people are thinking, they don't really often take the time to understand how their dogmas might be affecting other people. And that people should just accept it because that's how it's always been done. And so they tend to have a lack of self-awareness as well. I would say that people that take the time out to understand how their actions might affect other people, people that have more of a reason to do so, are going to be more self-reflective. That kind of thing. Like, so ISFJs typically think a lot before they decide to engage in a decision. But I would say that probably it's probably about 50-50 between them, which ones are more self-aware. That's just based on my experience over the past 10 years. Do you think it provides you a level of comfort being able to calculate people utilizing MBTI cognitive functions? There is little to no. It's kind of like watching a train come at you. You can see it coming from a mile away, but can you really stop it? Well, no, you can't. So it doesn't. Sometimes you know who you should be engaging with.
Another step forward.
I suppose there are some people that you may want to do business with, and then there's going to be people that you don't really want to do business with. And so there is some manner of comfort in that, but does it really bring me comfort? No. It's like, okay, well, I want to pitch this idea to this person, but I already know how they're going to react to it, and so. It can help from time to time, just not all that often. It usually comes down to using MBTI. You get to decide what kind of people you want in your life. That sort of a thing. That can be comforting to some people. I don't find a particular amount of comfort in it because it gets boring to know how people are going to react more often than not to situations, just based off of your observations and categorizing it with the MBTI cognitive functions. Like your supervisor at the Walmart, they're going to be an ESTJ. Generally speaking, is that always the case? No. At one point, I had an ISTP, female ISTP, and she was cool. But in most cases, yeah, you're going to have an ESTJ, and you might decide that you want to come to them with ideas about how things should be done, and they're just going to tell you, Don't you worry about that. Let me worry about that. They'll be as nice about it as possible while dismissing your thoughts.
Come on,
But,
open up.
Not particularly comforting. Let's see what else we got here. Crawler mucus? That sounds nice. A jar of Mystic Carrion's liver. Edible, I'm sure. What's the best way to handle a high extroverted feeling user? Well, there would be 4 of them, in your opinion. As in a social setting where you might be at a disadvantage. Well, extroverted feeling, preference to people, respect other people who also are able to manipulate a social situation, who go along with not necessarily the plan, but go along with whatever the energy of the social situation. And so, if you want to get in their good graces, then you just follow along. Let's see here. What's the best way to... Oh, no, we got that one. So, yeah, anytime I'm dealing with, of course, more typically, you're going to come across ISFJs and ESFJs. Anytime I deal with them, I just make sure that I'm not disturbing the peace. Period. Even if I really want to. That's assuming I want to get in good with them. Then just don't disturb anything. Go along with it. Agree with, especially with ESFJs, just agree with a lot of what they say. Maybe ask some friendly questions if their logic doesn't quite, follow through. And then you do that for enough times, and they just enjoy having you around, start inviting you to things and whatnot. Forgetful plus not self-aware, ESFPs, typically. How come the ESTJs are typically managers at businesses? Why not CEOs at corporate level? Because there's only so many spaces for CEOs at corporate level, which, by the way, a lot of them are ESTJs, but not every ESTJ is going to make it to CEO because you can only have one CEO. So usually those positions are being fought over by INTJs, ENTJs, and ESTJs. And of course, there are more ESTJs than INTJs or ENTJs, so most of the time you're going to find them as ESTJs. So yeah, for example, Donald Trump. A lot of people want to give him ENTJ for some really incredibly dumb reason. ESTJ. Very much ESTJ. So, standard, normal stuff. I don't know. Why would an ENTJ constantly risk their position in power by acting in the way that Donald Trump did? Like, why would they risk it? They wouldn't. They would have advisors, and the advisors would constantly tell them what they need to be doing, where they need to be placating people, or how they need to be doing it. And doing everything they can to stay in that position. Was Steve Jobs an ENTP? I've never met the man. But I doubt it. High up CEO kind of work, that's an incredible amount of work and effort to maintain those kinds, not just to get there, but to maintain those positions. And that's an ENTP is gonna get rich and then quit. They're like, okay, yeah, I made my 40 million, and we'll just, stop that. We'll go do something else. Live the good life. Indulge in other hobbies, research, etc. Do other things. Not maintain a position making tons of money every year. You just, you do it the one time, you get hyper rich, and then move on with your life. I was once told that there was ENTP, there was an ENTP, or multiple ENTPs that were lawyers. And I was like, maybe if it was like an ENTP that only had to do like one case every, 3 months or something, just like the one case, and it would last for maybe, however, like a short period of time. And then they could spend, like 75% of the year on vacation, essentially. Yeah, I can see where an ENTP might decide to put in the effort, 4 times a year to, make enough money to survive. That made sense to me. But if it's supposed to be a lawyer that's working all the time, like, 70-hour work weeks every week for most of the year, like, no, there's no ENTP that does that. That would be ridiculous. We're talking about a preference in functions that are not ENTP preferences. So there's that. I've noticed lately that some people get ESTJs and ENTPs confused. I'm not sure how or why they do that, but that has been a thing recently. I'll have to look more into that. Maybe help people with their understandings on that one. Like, someone told me that Ben Shapiro was an ENTP. No, he literally wears his religious iconography on his head. Like, why are we going with an ENTP diagnosis here? Lockpicking impossible.
A rush of ancient whispers fills your mind as you approach the door. It is rife with magic.
Old deathly
Old,
magic.
Deathly magic.
A new vessel brimming with blood darkens Baal's
Ven,
door
you still there?
to baptize his days
Of
most
course.
holy.
No, what's another question about introverted feeling and extroverted feeling?
Why are some people with extroverted feeling in the 6th position more adept to it than people with it on the fourth on the function stack? Like
More adept.
ISTP. Yeah, like, or INTP. Like, they're better at it.
They're better at it. I don't think you can really get better at introverted feeling. You're talking about having more of a preference for bringing it up or utilizing it or expressing it. So
yes.
There's a difference between actively suppressing a function, which is what you do when it's in the 4th position, versus not being aware of it. So when you're not aware that you are, you can sometimes, like for example, there's a character, Guts, from Berserk. He gets angry a lot, but he's an ISTP. Now, so when he's not being angry, he is just being his usual brooding self, just not talking to anybody and giving everyone blunt or, short responses to things. And then he goes about his life. And then as soon as he sees like his hated enemies or, the things that upset him, he gets real angry. Like he goes in these kinds of, berserk rages. And so there's a difference between, well, ISTPs, by the way, have it in the 8th position, not the 6th. But there's a difference between actively suppressing something in the 4th position versus not being aware that you have it, and then it comes out and you don't notice it when it comes out. And that's why an ISTP can seemingly get more frustrated when people are going against their own personal logic. Now, we have talked to a great number of ISTPs lately, and they don't get super blow up angry and start yelling into the microphone or anything. But some of them get noticeably frustrated and then want to explain their rationale and then maybe call somebody stupid.
Okay. Well, it was backwards.
must
It
bear
was
proof of the Dread
why
Lord's favour,
introverted
or
feelers
pay his
could
toll
seem
of
better
blood.
at extroverted feeling than like an INTP.
So why are they
Like
better at it?
the preference for it. Like, yeah, why do they have a preference for it? And you did explain it. That's because ISPs have it in the 4th position.
So why is it that ISTPs aren't good at extroverted feeling? They try. I mean, they talk to people. Talk to people. I don't normally have bad interactions on a personal level with ISTPs. Like, typically, there was one time in my life where I told an ISTP, "You need to shut the fuck." Don't want to swear, but you need to shut the F up because he was drunk and we were trying to talk, like just the one time. And he was so taken aback by it. Now this is a guy that's like on the same level as like Sobrani in terms of his reactions to people, nearly on the same level. And even he, after I told him that, he came to me and was taken aback by that outburst of me telling him to just stop talking. He was not. Oh, so even that interaction ended amicably, because I don't just say that to people. So if I am saying that, that's because it's pretty serious. But extroverted feeling. The ISTPs have more of a. They don't spend as much time like wondering about like possibilities and nonsense like that. Unproductive things. They end up dealing more with reality and what's going on around them. So they end up usually they pick up a better understanding of extroverted feeling versus like an INTP, for example, who at the cost of getting to know people, they would instead rather imagine how their interactions with people would go. And they end up getting, essentially Asperger's, especially the males. But ISTPs talk to people. They may not always be correct in their ability to handle social situations, because for an ISTP, they want people to respect them. They want that, but it requires that, in most cases, it requires that they use extroverted feeling and then agree with people or make people, be heard, or having their own ideas or their thoughts respected. And ISTPs have more of a difficulty with that, just like INTPs do, because it has to follow through with a certain amount of logic, usually their logic. And if it doesn't, then they sometimes speak up about it. Well, if their extroverted feeling sucks, like really sucks, then they'll speak up about it a lot. So ISTPs can get frustrated. I get frustrated usually when someone comes to me and tells me that extroverted feeling is about the feelings of other people, because I've been hearing it for the past 10 years. So I can get frustrated, but I put more of a premium on making sure that people view me in a specific manner. And so I tend to let things go more often than an ISTP would. Why am I in the sewers again? Why am I overweight? Send these to camp. I really need a fan, Ben. I'm telling you. Actually.
Yes, you do.
I do. Open this door slightly.
3 days.
Some manner of air in here. Let's see. FE inferior sucks. I just ignore it for good. Well, I mean, you can ignore it, but we live in a society, and in the society, it's more difficult to get things when you aren't working cooperatively with other people. Can ISTPs admit they are wrong? They can, as most people are capable of such a thing. Do they do it often? No. You have to really make it worth their while to have them admit that they were wrong about something. Otherwise, they'll just let you go and be like, oh, nope, I burned that bridge, so move on to the next one. They're just not going to care. You have to, it's that, it's not necessarily risk management, it's evaluating the pros and cons. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to evaluate the practical pros and the practical cons of whether or not they should admit defeat. And ISTPs don't just admit defeat for no reason or to make other people feel good. ISTP is a stereotypical man personality. When we think of how traditionally of how men are supposed to act, we talk about the ISTP. And as one can imagine, I'm pretty far removed from that. I wonder what they're cooking. Well, I'm a bit, I don't know by how much.
Light on
What?
my feet.
I have a backpack full of the notes that I've found throughout the game, just in case I needed the reading material to go back and learn some things. But I found that, let me take this book out of here, that I was carrying 12.8 pounds of reading material. And for some reason I can't take this out of the backpack. Is it glitched? Why can't I? I can move it into other bags, but I can't, nope, can't even do that. The book is stuck in this backpack forever. Oh, fine, I'm not hitting the take all button. I'm not doing that again. Anyway, we're going to send this backpack to the camp. Bye-bye.
Moving ahead. I don't need
Nearly
any
13 pounds of reading material.
Best be on
Imagine
my
that.
way.
I think extroverted intuition kind of substitutes for extroverted feeling. Sharing ideas is a better co-op than keeping harmony, in my opinion. So if you share your ideas, and let's say with 9 other people, and they all disagree with your idea and want nothing to do with it, your chances of getting it implemented with those people have just gone down dramatically. You would need to acquiesce or to compromise and be cooperative
Should mind my step.
with those things. So it doesn't, it's no, extroverted intuition is
Risk being in open view.
not even by definition a substitute for extroverted feeling, because they do 2 different things. Extroverted intuition is about possibilities in the outside world, whereas extroverted feeling is about keeping harmony in the world around you with people, possibly with animals, maybe, if you consider them intelligent enough to do that. I believe that they're primarily ISTJ. All right. Yeah, thank you.
What's that?
Sticks. Okay. Now, if you're in a think tank environment where it's all about sharing ideas and coming together to do that as a job, that's one thing. But it doesn't guarantee that people are going to like you. And when people don't like you, they tend to do things that are against your best interest. Jordan Peterson liked to talk about the differences in which men and women cause each other harm, whereas men, generally speaking, there's always that threat of physicality, of being violent in a very physical manner. Whereas with women, there was a threat, there's always that persistent threat of character assassination, smearing a reputation, etc. And so, depending on who you upset, you could either engage in a fist fight or engage in a smear campaign against you. And both are bad, generally speaking.
Nah, you get used to it.
That water looks tainted.
You get used to it, so I agree with Landon.
And you get used to it, she says. How many rumors have you spread about women? Other women or men?
I don't spread rumors.
Calls for
She
careful
don't spread
footwork.
rumors.
No, I find that I'm more of a tell it to you to your face kind of person. Like if I can say something about you to someone else, then I can say it to your face.
No.
One day I'll catch a break.
Just as I was getting bored, our Lord sends us a little diversion.
Let's see here. Now I'm in combat. That's awful. Whoa. And then I got stunned. That's no good. Anyway, there's another topic about introverted feeling and extroverted feeling. The advantages of both? The differences?
Uh, the advantages of both.
Well, I've been talking about this a lot recently. The advantages of introverted feeling in today's society, they're limited. We live in a world that's all about making money and being successful in that regard, having authority, power, etc. And typically, introverted feeling is going to harm your chances of getting those things. And so it's we live in a different time where having strong personal opinions isn't as helpful. Having emotional reactions to things isn't as helpful. And so there's that. However, in conversation, when you're trying to get your point across, sometimes it helps to intimidate others by having these strong emotional reactions to things. Now, you can use that to your advantage, but of course other people can use that to their advantage as well. Whereas extroverted feeling is all about getting along, the difference being that you're less likely to go for what you want because you'd rather be more agreeable and less confrontational. And so your chances of, pushing to get what you want goes down as well. When people don't like me, or the people that I like who also like me, I orchestrate. That is not how you spell orchestrate. Countermeasures against them. Well, that's good. Don't want to be caught with your pants down, as they say. So that's helpful. In which ways can ESTJs be vindictive? Well, I suppose they can be vindictive in the ways that other people could be vindictive, but I don't recall times in which they do that. Like, they, most of the time, don't care. They're more concerned about their extroverted thinking, which is, if being vindictive going to help me? Generally speaking, no. It's not particularly helpful. So if we're talking about that kind of behavior, that's more of, that requires a preference for some manner of use of introverted feeling. And when you're trying to maximize your extroverted thinking, you're going to have to push introverted feeling out of the way. You got to keep your personal feelings out of it. And so being vindictive, being vengeful, essentially, that's a waste of time. More often than not, they would still rather be calculating in regards to how they get things done. I've known old ESTJs. I've known young ESTJs. The only time that they might act in what appears to be a vindictive way is just to make a point. Like flexing their authority over you, for example. because they don't want to give everyone else the impression that they can, act against the ESTJ. But that's as far as it goes. They don't really get upset or want revenge. It's all about maximizing, your success, essentially. And they just don't do that. Not normally. And if they act like they're being vindictive, it's only because they needed to make a point so that other people wouldn't try to act against them. That's about it, though.
How many of her faceless has Lady Orin sent out to walk among us?
That is not for us to
ESTJs are a
Time to
normal
press ahead.
staple of
might be one of them. Or the lady Orin.
human society. And most of them just don't behave that way. If all of a sudden your supervisors were trying to get revenge on their
Just as I was
subordinates,
getting bored,
well, they wouldn't be in
our
that position
Lord
anymore.
sends us
Then things would just go to pot. I had an ESTJ manager who always fired the most abstract thinkers. I think he felt threatened by them. It's possible in that if the abstract thinkers weren't bringing them money or helping them, manage the business, then yeah, you would get rid of them. And in most cases, people that preference the abstract aren't as efficient and not as productive as those that don't preference the abstract. And so yeah, it makes sense that they would fire them. I don't think it was that they felt threatened. We're talking about introverted feeling here. And introverted feeling in the last position means that, or in the, not the last, but the fourth position, means that you actively keep it under control. You try to suppress it. Because it's a waste of time. Holy crap, said Josephine. Yes.
Death's close.
My trying to do a solo rogue playthrough, and it has not been going well. I got an ESTJ into trouble at work, so it's good to be prepared. Yeah, they don't always do things by the book, and they certainly don't always. They're not always considerate of the perspectives of other people. They'll step on toes when necessary. And sometimes that can get them in trouble. But of course, getting in trouble and getting them fired are, obviously two different things. The INFJ that I knew for the past 6 years always had problems with ESTJs. Always. Understandably. Because she wasn't always just going to do what they told her to do, especially if she disagreed with it. And that was going to... that was eventually going to cause problems, because an ESTJ wants subordinates. They don't want partners. They don't want collaborators. They want subordinates. They just need people to do as they're told. And people that want to walk their own path, like introverted intuitives, they're not always going to follow along with those plans, especially if it's procedural and that they disagree with it and they believe that there's a better way to do it. Then yeah, you're gonna have conflicts. That's natural. It's naturally going to happen. Okay. So these guys are going to be hostile. Why are they going to be hostile?
It is an insult.
See, I was hoping that in the sewers of Baldur's Gate there was going to be like the rogue guild or the thieves guild or whatever that I could join, but so far it's been mephits and grease balls. Not sure why. Yes, they want people to shut up and do what they say when they say so. Yeah, that's generally how it is with introverted censors that are in positions of authority. They just want you to... Look, they're just trying to get the job done, make sure that their position is secure and that everyone goes home with a paycheck. That's what they want. And they believe that they have the best understanding of how that should be done because protocol, procedures, because it's been done a million times before them and it's always worked. Therefore, you need to follow it because, you know, if it worked before, it should work again. And so there's not a whole lot of room for thinking if you're in the employ of a ESTJ.
What's in here?
Not a whole lot of room for it, more often than not. ESTJs do the thing, that's right. Whereas an ENTJ would employ an ESTJ to tell you to do the thing. So, that chain of command. Well, for something to be the, in quote, right thing, it requires a matter of principles and morals. I found a map of the sewers. I have a fair general manager who knows how to collaborate with all her employees. Well, that's great. It sounds great. Anyways.
Just as I was getting.
Tried to put out the light there, and I just ended up getting caught while standing in caustic brine. Super fun. But yeah, most general managers have they have a lot of pressure on them to perform, and so they tend to be less than considerate. That kind of a thing. Lower sewers. Yeah. No. Yeah, it typically is rare to have any management that actually cares about what you have to say. To prepare against the ESTJ wrath, it's a matter of leverage. Really, if you have no leverage, then, you know, and you're a problem, they'll get rid of you. So find leverage. Maybe you can find dirt on the ESTJ. But good luck, though. Not every ESTJ is, you know, from the TV shows where they've always got the mistress on the side someplace. A lot of them end up following the rules to the letter. A marked chest. Dragon. That sounds bad. Ven is dead. She passed away about 30 minutes ago. It's very sad.
No, that's not true. What?
Oh. Oh. She came back to life.
I'm just
as
here
you can
listening. Hello, cookie dough. I'm eating, actually.
hear. You're eating cookie dough?
I wonder what's past this.
No, I'm eating breakfast.
Which is cookie dough?
Eggs and spinach. No.
Oh.
Eggs and spinach.
Eggs and spinach. That sounds
That's
way too
what it-
healthy.
No way, how is that healthy? Am I a zombie now? Absolutely, yes. I am a
Yeah,
zombie.
she's a zombie.
Well, it is true that I said dead, but I'm alive now. I had just woken up,
Can't
and
see
when I
much.
just wake up, I'm a dead person.
Just out of view.
Same.
Time to prepare.
Same Z's. So, I need to figure out... Oh, right. So, I was able to get through the first act of Baldur's Gate pretty easily as a solo rogue. Like, I was able to manage it fairly well. But after that first act, everything kind of just went to pot. And so I had to come up with some strategies. I had found that if you sneak on a spot where the enemies can't easily get to, like it would require them to jump to get to it, in most cases, they simply won't do it. And so if you sneak at the end of every turn, they just won't come after you. And so I would just keep shooting them with a crossbow or something over and over again. But it eventually got to the point... Thank you. It eventually got to the point where the boss fights, many of the boss fights were in areas where you just couldn't hide anywhere. And so I had to develop a different strategy. My new strategy has been to lay down 3 wooden crates stacked on top of each other, jump on top of the crates, and because in most cases the enemies will not take the time out of their lives to come get me from that position. And so that's how I've had to get through most of the game, is by doing the abusing the mechanic, or some kind of exploit involving the bad guys here, involving the stealth mechanic specifically. Go Grey Rock and go around the ESTJ. Not sure what you mean by that. Not directly against him or her, but show your results at work to higher ups. You could try that, but typically they have so much influence in that regard that no, regardless of what you do, they get their way anyhow. Didn't get to go first. What else is new?
This calls for careful footwork.
Let's see what happens. No, they're still running at me. I wonder if they can actually get to me up there now. That's also an issue. If they don't require that they jump to get to me, they'll just run at you. And they blew up all my boxes. Awful. Anyways, about MBTI. More MBTI questions. Let's go. I know everyone's got some question about introverted feeling and extroverted feeling, or one or the other. Possibly both. GR is basically firmly but politely ignore, no reaction. So we're talking like civil disobedience. Something like that.
What did you do to this ESTJ? What did they do to deserve this?
So I'm going to go ahead and guess that if the person in question came up with a great idea, implemented it, got results, and then the ESTJ wanted to claim it as their own, and the person did not want that to happen.
Just as I was getting bored, our Lord sends
Just a
us
guess.
a little...
But that's usually how bad interactions with the ESTJs go. They can get irritated when someone's not following the rules and did something great when they were supposed to be, you know, an employee, a subordinate. Undercooked potatoes. So yeah. Let's see, what else about introverted feeling? Well, I guess it doesn't have to be. Usually we can cover that topic in the first hour. And then it devolves into doing other things. Which intuitives have weak extroverted feeling, introverted feeling, and which ones have strong? Well, that would be the ENFJ and INFJ, and then ENFPs and INFPs. For, in quote, intuitives, if we're just talking about which ones that share or have some intuitive function, whether extroverted or introverted. Those are the strong ones. And the ones that have weak ones would be ISTPs, INTPs, and then ENTJs and ESTJs. I am craving a cinnamon roll from Cinnabon. The Choco one,
Just
because
as
I
I
live for
was
it. Just
getting
saying, yeah, never mind.
bored,
Okay, well, thank
Our
you.
Lord
I,
sends us a little
I haven't been to Cinnabon
diversion.
in... It would have been in my 20s. 13 years?
What? It's crazy.
Yeah. No, it's crazy to think that it's been around for that long.
Oh no, it's cinnamon and what's it called? The
No,
glaze.
which is
those are
weird
two
because-
things why people...
Cinnamon buns are like my favorite pastry. Right next to macadamia nut cookies. Cookies don't count as pastries, do they?
I don't think so. No.
So, cinnamon buns are my favorite, for sure.
Okay, then
But they'll
you
make you
definitely
fat.
just want like homemade.
They'll make you fat. Just don't eat them.
Oh,
Or in my
okay.
case, fatter.
Just like the cheesecake and pumpkin pie. He is old. I tell him that all the time.
Yeah, I am. I'm an old man now. How can INFPs develop their debating skills? Well, I hate debating, but in situations where I have to defend my morals, how can I... So here's the thing. They're your morals. I mean, for one, they shouldn't need defense. And realistically, at the end of the conversation, it's all going to be about personal preference. You shouldn't be debating whether or not your morals are correct or valid or whatever the kids say these days. There's no debate here. If you think killing rainforests is wrong, you could talk about how, well, they produce oxygen for the environment, so that's bad. Or you could just say, you could just end the conversation by saying, well, it's technically something that's alive. It's living, and we shouldn't take the life of living things. That's your personal preference. It doesn't need defense. Now, of course, if someone says to you, well, we need to bring down this rainforest because we need the money, to sell off all this wood to keep people alive. Well, two different moral values here. One person said it was more important to keep other people alive, and then you might say, or someone else would say, that keeping the rainforest is alive is more important. There's no argument there. It's just your personal, values. Wouldn't bother defending them. Matter of fact, in your position, if I were in your position, of course, I wouldn't be bringing up, the whole moral thing, because I could give a rat's butt about whether or not the rainforests get brought down. But power. If you want to win an argument, make sure you have more power than the other person, especially when it comes to morals. And of course, you wouldn't really be winning. You would just be making sure that you got your way and they didn't. Let's see. As an ENTP, do you have extroverted feeling or introverted feeling? Well, I believe it or not, I have both, because every person has all 8 functions. Now, the question is, how often do I preference those functions? So, I lead my life with extroverted intuition, and when it comes to feelings, I would prefer to just manipulate people, keep everything calm and cool, collected. So, extroverted feeling is more of a preference. And then when it comes to personal feelings, 99.99% of topics do not have feelings involved with them. So, Most things can be calculated. Most things can be rationalized. Don't really need to bring feelings into a lot of them. I could... Now, on the other hand, if you had a moral position that you would like me to defend for you, I could try that. You could tell me what the problem is. Or maybe I'll come up with some kind of a breakfast burrito of sorts. It's got potatoes in it. MBTI of the Queen's Gambit, if you know the series. I don't know the series. Let me use the old Google machine.
You're never gonna watch it. It's a chess series.
It's a chess series?
Yeah, your favorite game.
Okay. Interesting cast. Yeah, I've never watched it, but I'm glad you thought it was a good explanation. Alicia, I think she is an INTJ. So, Queen's Gambit is a character?
She is like this great chess mastermind.
Uh-huh.
You know, I was also thinking, Cookie Dough, that she might be an INTJ, but I don't know. I'll have to watch more of the show.
I'd have to watch the show at all.
We'll come back to it, Alicia.
We'll come back to it. Now, if you want to ask me about the types of high school DxD characters, I can do that for you. For sure. Because I'm a lecherous old man and I watch harem anime. What do I need to do to win this engagement?
What path lies before me?
Kurt Cobain, it seemed to me like he had a strong preference for introverted feeling, which eventually got him in the end. And the way that he looked, he always came off to me as an ISFP. So, that makes sense. As in my 10 years of study, ISTPs and ISFPs are the ones most prone to some real strong depression with seemingly no hope in sight. Seemingly. And so, yeah. Kurt Cobain done did himself in. Didn't do it in a very elaborate way either. Although I've heard some people tell me that it was not a suicide case. He was assassinated. So maybe Kurt Cobain was actually a secret agent.
How many of her faceless has
And someone got him.
sent out to walk among us?
That is not for us to know, brother. Any of the devoted we speak to might be one of them. Or the Lady
Let's
Auron
see,
herself.
28 HP, 70... Ooh. That's because those are lower level characters. Okay. Googling a lot during messaging online. Some people do it, some people don't. It seems that most people who want to keep up with intellectual thoughts enjoy this, but few are those people. Yeah. People say I always justify my ways or beliefs, like when they tell me how they feel about me being attracted to women 10 years younger. I respond with, well, I look and feel young, and regardless. Yeah, usually the people that have a problem with it are typically older women, but yes, men are typically, and of course, almost like virtually every woman on the planet knows this, that yes, men are attracted to youth, beauty, fertility, all that stuff. So they're always going to be attracted to it. Now, that's not to say that, you know, a married couple, you know, 15 years in, all of a sudden the man's going to be like, nope, it's time to divorce you and get a new wife. Like, that's not, obviously, that's not how it works. Some men cheat, for sure. And of course, if they're good at it, then the wife doesn't find out. But usually what happens in 15 years of a good marriage, where it's two people that have a lot of pleasant moments together over the course of 15 years, there's a lot of love there. And a lot of men, you know, in that position have no desire to cheat. Yeah, they can find the, you know, the 21-year-old attractive still, but they have no interest. They would rather just stay with the same woman because they've been together for so long. And having good, pleasant moments. Obviously, people don't cheat when they're happy in a marriage. And of course, there's the more practical benefits of not leaving your wife for a younger woman. One being she's probably the mother of your children. That's a big one. Let's see. No matter how old you are, you're never too old for an 18-year-old. Yeah, Hugh Hefner, I imagine, had a similar philosophy. And no one ever bust his balls. He had 3 girlfriends. They were like a quarter of his age or something.
Really, like 15. He had a wife and then a bunch of women living with him.
I just remember the last years of his life where, you know, Hugh Hefner, he's always in that robe. And he's always got like
Yeah.
3 women around him that are obscenely younger than he is.
They are the bunnies.
Also, I mean, think about all like the aging rappers nowadays. They still, in their music videos, they have, you know, 18 to 22-year-old women dancing around in the videos. No one ever seems to give them crap about it. Van, how do I beat this encounter?
I don't have, did you try your boxes already?
I tried the boxes, but they just end up running up to the boxes. It's not working like it normally does.
I see.
I mean, I restacked them in a way that they would have to run around this side to get up there, so we're going to see if that changes things.
I don't know. I'm playing Neverwinter trying to learn these spells. So,
I'm going to learn these spells.
yeah, I need to memorize them.
The enemy is surprised, apparently. Kill me. Bam.
Just out of view.
Did he move? Yeah, they're moving at me. Let's see. Sometimes I'm talking to my phone. Yeah. What type do you think Hugh Hefner was? Hugh, he seemed very chill, very laid back. He was probably an ESTP, I would imagine. Most likely. Anyway, I actually don't. I have no idea. I'm just, I'm vibe typing here. Hugh Hefner seemed like an ESTP. Butterfly soup with cat paws and rainbow gummy bears and flying kiwis. Are you eating lunch in like a Dr. Seuss book? What? Butterfly soup with ring poppers. And gorzo beans. And the flying kiwis. Fun times. Did I win my encounter? You know, I have spells. Later, nerd.
Softer than a whisper.
The thing on your bed, the black thing on your bed looks like a sleeping cat. And the cat has changed into a pair of pajama pants. And no, I hate cats. So.
Cats are evil.
Yeah. They are. Facts. Objective. Truth.
Not you, Cookie Dough. You're a cute cat.
Yeah, not you, Cookie Dough. You're the best. It was a pajama pat. Yeah, it was a pajama cow.
Better be cautious.
That's guaranteed. So, I need to assassinate this target. Whoop. And I'm not sneaking anymore. Well, maybe I can just fight him in hand-to-hand combat and everything will be okay. Not sure what unstoppable means, but... An evil, shape-shifting pajama cat? No, my pajama cat is, normal. Vaguely evil. Especially if you're not wearing underwear with those pants. Things start to fall out. It's very weird.
If you had to assign a cognitive function to a cat, like the cat's ladies, which one would it be most likely?
Assign a cognitive function to a cat? Why would you do such a thing? Trying to humanize them?
Lady. Well, why not? Yes.
Gross.
I agree. But you know, the cat ladies would love that.
The cat ladies. Well, of course.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Softer than a whisper.
Let's see. INFP, go debate him. My pajama pants are an INFP, or the cats are INFP. I don't get the impression that cats are INFPs, though.
That should work.
Where is... Right.
Alright. Time to skulk.
I'm silly. Let's see. More on MBTI. Let's go. Need another MBTI question to answer. Keep me engaged. I remember my father used to say he would grab cats by the tail and bend them and throw them. I have an awful story about a cat that I can't talk about on on the YouTube stream. But if you're in my Discord, I could tell you. If you want to hear an awful story about a cat.
I am definitely going to ask later.
And the cat did not have a great ending to its life.
I can imagine. I have a lot of ideas running in my head right now.
Man, this is... The game is becoming unfun. But I want to finish it.
You've been saying that since it started.
I know. And it's still true. Believe it or not. Yeah. Well, if you want to know the cat story, then I'll tell it in Discord. But not on a YouTube live stream. That's how you get in trouble. Let's see here. You know, the problem about talking when it comes to MBTI subjects is that I can explain them so quickly that doesn't leave much room for anything else. Why doesn't it automatically monetize my live streams as soon as they pop up? It's so annoying. I like to do both. Which types do this? Not many. Okay, so not many people prefer to study the people in hobbies. I'm not sure what you mean. I like to do both. Which types do I? Peach treaty. You'll have to rephrase that in the form of a question that I can understand. ISTP on PDB told me I can't question their MBTI. Oh goodness. Well, I mean, does Personality Database have a forum where people talk to each other? Like, I didn't know if that was a thing.
Is a berserker. His life has been spent worshipping our Lord, whether he wills it or not.
Most animals love me. I just don't love them. Okay, so I one-shot assassinated that character. Didn't start combat. Awesome. I guess I can just wait. Let's see. And thank you, Destabilized Orbit, for your $2 donation. Studying painters and liking to do art. Not many people care about the painters. That's true. Well, most people don't care about painters. I don't necessarily. I'm not an art appreciator. I would prefer to be an art creator. So, I don't often care. Okay, this person is freaking out.
I was getting bored.
Got caught. Personality Database has an app on Android and I assume iOS. They also have a dating-like interface and groups you can join. Most people are oblivious to the CFS. Cognitive functions, I assume, is what you meant by that. Street urchin versus a sea merchant. Where are we fighting? Are we fighting on the open ocean? I'll probably be at a disadvantage there.
I don't know. You can talk to the other animals and like form a little battalion of fishes against the merchant.
I don't think I can talk to fish.
I mean, you haven't tried. You're being negative right now.
How do you know I haven't tried talking to fish? What's your
Well,
opinions?
not in the open ocean. Have you gone to the open ocean?
What?
Have you actually gone to the open ocean and
I
tried?
have. I
Oh,
haven't
wow.
tried talking to a fish in the open ocean. No.
Okay, there you go. We don't know then.
What's your opinion on typologists who claim there are subtypes and jumpers? Well, I don't know what they mean by that. Now, as for the subtypes, they wanted to create their own little system of subtypes, which is probably inaccurate. That's fine. I remember one of them was talking. I remember some years back about, one of them. I want to say it was. I don't want to falsely accuse anyone. So one of them though talked about colors for subtypes, like they assigned colors to subtypes of certain personalities, and I'm like, everyone on that high resolution scale is going to be unique. So it's like you wouldn't just have 4, 5, 6 different subtypes. You would have millions of subtypes because everyone had a different experience in their life and is going to affect them in specific ways. So that's just ridiculous. And then as for the jumpers, I've only heard jumper be used by one person's system. Ven, what's a jumper?
A jumper is when you switch your second and fourth cognitive function, or your first and third, depending on if you're an ENTJ, for example, you would switch, I believe, is the second function.
You would switch your
so
introverted
basically-
intuition for something?
Yeah, so basically, let me put an ENTP, for example, right? They're called like better or modified personality. So an ENTP would be an NEFE. That would be like their personality type. So they preference extroverted intuition and extroverted feeling. So that they become a jumper because they skip their second, which would be TI. So they're
They
basically
skip
a
it?
modified. Yeah, so they're basically a
Then
modified
no, that's
ENFP.
ridiculous and it's dumb. It's
Okay.
stupid and dumb. and
Indiscreet
other things
Okay.
that I would say that I can't say on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. So they would be an NEFE TESI.
So yeah, that's my opinion on jumpers and subtypes. Okay. Let's see. Suppose you describe both scenarios, land and ocean. Wow. As a game, if an ENTP would defend cats in a debate, what arguments would an ENTP use? I wouldn't use any argument. I just don't like cats, and usually they'll say, "Oh well, cats are good for the the mouse or the rat population." I have grown up in a lot of poor areas, and for some reason, every poor area has like a million cats as strays. They just run around and do whatever. And yet, even in those places, there are always rats. There are always mice in the walls. Always. So they say it helps with the, they may help with the rat population. I don't know to what capacity. It seems like rat poison's probably more efficient than a cat at taking care of them. But other than that, I don't see a good reason to have cats around. They jump on things, knock stuff over, bring in dead animals sometimes, not rats, usually it was birds or squirrels. They're just awful. Oh, and then of course they'll try to eat you if you, die. Get a dog. Let's see. I don't subscribe to the idea that jumpers are a real thing because it suggests that type is changeable. Yeah, of course, it most certainly suggests that type is changeable. There is no such thing. Yeah, type is changeable, but it requires brain damage. So you either need to get hit by a car, maybe fall off your skateboard and whack your head on something, or get kicked in the head by a mule, or take some drugs that, permanently alter your brain chemistry. I mean, there's things you can do to change your type. It's just most of the time it's not for the better. And so, wouldn't recommend. Oh. What's right here? How does INTP and ISTP extroverted feeling differ? Well, their extroverted feeling is roughly, it's the same. It's not like they have their own different versions of extroverted feeling. However, they are expressed in different ways. Usually the ISTP, it gets better faster at being more comfortable talking to people. Whereas an INTP typically takes a lot longer. ISTPs are more in the now. They are paying more attention to what's going on rather than living in some fantasy world about what could work and what might not work. And so they get more practical experience talking to people versus an INTP. And so it's a lot slower developed. My INTP friend of 20 years is way better at talking to people than he used to. And yet, even though he's way better, last week he was in the San Francisco area, and he was asking about what kind of food he should get. And I told him that what he needs to do is get out of the get out of the hotel room and go visit some gimmicky magic shop somewhere, get some souvenirs from San Francisco. He says to me, I would do that, but I don't have my designated extrovert with me. The man's 35 years old and still to this day has a near phobia of dealing with just random people on the streets. It's, ISTPs don't say to themselves, oh, no, I don't, I can't go out and visit these places because I'd have to talk to people. No, they're not about that. They go out there and do stuff. Talk to people. What does skipping a function mean? It means someone's trying to sell you on snake oil. That's what skipping a function means. Let's see here. There's only one kind of jumper, third eye blind. Sounds familiar.
Yes, there's a second and fourth also.
Yeah. No, thank you on the jumper thing. That's ridiculous. The stuff people come up with for MBTI, like, get the system down first, and then after you've had an adequate number of years, you've done your own experiments, you went outside, you did your own interviews, your own research, then come back and then talk to us about what you've seen in terms of patterns in people. And then after, however many years it would take, then tell us about how you just all of a sudden seen people shapeshift into a completely different personality. Which, by the way, you're not going to find that. It's not a thing. How does extroverted feeling work with an introverted intuition compared to introverted sensing? Depends on the person. So most of the time, like, let's take an INFJ. They want to move their way to the top. They are focused about their life. They want to stay healthy. They try to move forward and, be as successful as they can be, but they enjoy being cooperative about it. They're usually a lot better about working with people. Obviously, it becomes a problem for them, though, because you eventually make it to the very top or towards the upper echelons of wherever it is that you're at. And for most people to get there, they are very cutthroat and do not care about you on a personal level. And so INFJs all of a sudden have to get into this shark tank where you can't just extroverted feeling these sharks to your benefit, to your side. They're out for blood. And that's where INFJs start to run into problems when they breach those upper echelons. All of a sudden, their more experienced preference in function is of little to no value. And so they get to be at a disadvantage. working with people. But it's how it works with it is just making their way to the top as cooperatively as they can, trying to get people to like them, to help lift them up, to push them towards the top. So there's that. Compared to introverted sensing, roughly the same in terms of getting people to do what they want, being cooperative, except it's all about their personal traditions and things. So making sure that they manipulate people into following the plan that has been laid down for hundreds or thousands of years. Let's see, what else do we got here? Do you know Eric Thor? Not personally. Eric Thor, believe it or not, was actually the inspiration for me starting the YouTube channel 6 years ago, or however long it's been. He was the inspiration. But no, I don't know him personally. I watched some of his videos many years ago, and I thought to myself, he's so wrong about MBTI, and he's such an INFP that someone needs to say something about this. Like, this is bad. And so I made a channel about it. Personal development books have some use for some people. Some personality types can read those books because they really just didn't know how to improve their life. And for some people, that does help. 9 out of 10 times, the book is oftentimes a $20 paperweight. And no, most people do not get benefit from it. Self-help books are designed to make money. They are not designed necessarily to help people. Much like therapy. I have talked to a number of people that said that they have been going to a therapist for years. And that's always my immediate, response is, years? You went to a therapist's there to fix you, right? Like, they're there to help you work through your problems to better yourself. And apparently not. Like, if I hired a plumber to help me with the sink, but it takes years for them to, they're still working on it years after I hired them, I would assume that they're not a very good plumber. Because my sink still doesn't work. So, in my opinion, therapy counselors, for example, are a scam. They're unless, of course, your intent was to go in there just to have someone to complain to and make you feel good about your life choices. If that's what you were aiming for, then absolutely, maybe it's worth the $100 a week. But if you were expecting someone to actually help you and make your life better, no. They are there to say whatever they need to say to make you feel good so that you keep coming back to give them another $100. So, do not do that. Who is a clear example of an ENFJ? Oprah? Oprah. Good example of an ENFJ. Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings. What's that woman in the Game of Thrones who was trying to marry the guy, but the guy was gay, but she was trying to get pregnant by him? I don't remember. I watched up to like the first episode of season 3, and then I stopped watching.
You mean Marjorie?
I don't know what her name is.
Yeah.
But I remember watching her, and I'm
probably-
like, oh yeah, that's ENFJ behavior right there.
Yeah, Marjorie.
So, yeah. Oprah is probably the most classic example.
Yeah.
Is Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter an INFP? I think so. I think I made a meme about her, actually. Luna's the blonde one, right, with the kind of deadpan expression.
Yeah, she's like the platinum blonde, yeah.
Yeah.
Quirky.
That one. Yeah, quirky. Should there be concentration camps or some kind of program for people who spread misinformation about MBTI? No. because it's real easy to make content comparatively when you are just watching the videos of people who think they know what they're talking about. So it makes it a lot easier. So no, there should be maybe more of them. I need more TikTok videos. Apparently people don't want to talk about MBTI and post TikToks about it. Usually what they'll do is they'll like write some stuff with a bunch of terrible music in the background and like some writing. Not many people actually want to talk about MBTI on TikTok. So I thought about maybe just switching to the YouTube videos. But I have not been well, and it's hot and awful. What do you think, Ben? Concentration camps for misinformation?
Well, you know me. I would say yes. Concentration camp sounds good to me.
I would say yes. Imprison all
See,
of them.
I he's FE. He'll be in Harmony. I'm FI. I'd say I don't care about people.
And you don't care about people. So there's that. Let's see. Any other examples of an ENFJ? There was the one girl I met in Oregon. That doesn't help, though. I think Galadriel is a great example of an ENFJ. So go watch Lord of the Rings. I feel annoyed you don't have more subscribers. Well, it's tough. Apparently, I was told recently that I'm actually in that I was in the top 1% of content creators. Statistically speaking, in regards to data, the data regarding YouTube rather, I'm in the top 1%. So I guess that's a good thing. So it's I'm not exactly pulling in $10,000 a month or anything, but we'll work on it. What's a good way to spot someone using extroverted feeling? Being fake. Fake. Like when someone pretends to enjoy things and is putting on a good show, to get people to like them. It's extroverted feeling. Fakeness. What if the content revolved around you ordering one of your followers to whip an MBTI misinformationalist? That would be funny. Could make a skit out of that. But unfortunately, now that would be real fun to do with some other MBTI content creators. Unfortunately, many of them have differing understandings of MBTI. They've essentially made their own systems that's not MBTI anymore. And so when we have conversations about it, with the ones that I have talked to, and they weren't like super huge content creators or anything, but when we talk about it, we just disagree a lot. So I don't think any of them really are going to, want to go along with a skit for that kind of a thing. But, out of all the content creators that I've watched, I think I liked Australian girl. Her name started with a K, I think. I have seen Joyce Meng. I have seen snippets here and there. Like I know what she looks like. She's Asian, right? I'm pretty sure. So I know what she looks like. Is she the one that claims to be an INFJ? I'm always looking out to debunk INFJs. I'm always on the lookout for that. Like, did no one else think it was weird that like half the MBTI community calls themselves INFJs when they're supposed to be like the rarest personality? Like, did anyone else find that odd? Yeah, she says she's an INFJ. I mean, I say that anything's possible. So, you know, it's totally possible that she's an INFJ. Always put the doubt hat on. You know, always press X when someone claims to be an INFJ. You know, always doubt, because over the course of 10 years, still, that's the most mistyped personality, is the INFJ. So, always be doubting. And if it were up to the society at large to determine their personality type, like 90% of society would be some kind of intuitive type, and then the country would burn down. Yeah, BTI with the best acting skills has to be Dear Driston. Worst one has to go to FJ, whatever his name is. I think you mean Frank James. Would extroverted intuition dominant auxiliary likely be sorted into Slytherins in Harry Potter? I don't know that much about Harry Potter, or at the very least I don't remember a lot. I played the game and I got put into Ravenclaw.
I
But-
wouldn't say any Slytherin, but more Ravenclaw.
Say what?
I would say that Slytherin isn't like very NE. I would say more maybe NI, and Ravenclaw is more NE.
That makes more sense to me. So I'm trying to remember the houses. That was Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff. That's what it is. So I assume there's a lot of introverted feeling in Hufflepuff. So maybe they want to, you know, the introverted feelers might want to go there. But it seems like Gryffindor, if I had to place a cognitive function on each of them, introverted feeling is for Hufflepuff, extroverted intuition is Ravenclaw, and then introverted sensing is introverted sensing would be Gryffindor, and then introverted intuition would be Slytherin.
So Gryffindors are the adventurers, the courageous ones. So I would say extroverted sensing for them.
Could be. I just assumed they were all about traditional good guys stuff, so I went with that.
No. They're about adventure and courage.
Adventure and courage, so maybe extroverted
Yes.
sensing, that might make more sense. I'm in a WhatsApp group thing with Eric Thor. The way he talks doesn't come across as an INFP to me. Well, his videos came across very INFP to me. And how incorrect he was about MBTI came off as very INFP to me. But in his defense, he was trying to essentially make his own system. He wasn't using MBTI anymore. He was using some mutated version of MBTI of his own making. So, just like with, Melissa Talks, maybe she just has her own system. And she just uses a lot of the terminology from MBTI. Because that's certainly what it seems like. Let's see. I need to mark that guy. Somehow. And apparently stepping on top of this doesn't help.
Just as I was getting...
You sought a fight.
Haha, you missed. Ow. He made his own typing system, now he came out with it today. Oh, well, that's about right. So it's going to be, 100% theory, inconsistencies, and he'll hope that people buy into it, which I hope, good. Hopefully it's good for him. Hopefully it works. For whatever it is he's trying to do.
I don't need any attention.
Can't
right
hide.
now.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work. By the way, Urchin, I bought AirPods for my phone. They worked well on phone call. I assume this should also work well in Discord voice chat. We can hope, Joseph. And
I would say AirPods tend to sound pretty badly on voice calls.
AirPods.
Yeah, my AirPods, at least every single time I put them on, you guys are like, "What are you having? What is your microphone doing?" They
You sounded
always
like a demon
complain.
last night. Not sure why that was.
Probably internet, and because I am one.
Wow. I might have guessed. I mean, who else could possibly live in the heat?
Yeah, only demons can. That's true.
Only demons.
See?
Big facts.
It's a proven theory now. I am a demon.
Takes a fight.
Man, I love going last. Poor dog. Let's see. What else were we talking? We were talking about introverted feeling and extroverted feeling today. And then it turned into other thing. I think that the big problem with the content creators on MBTI is that they essentially come up with their own theories that they don't put into practice. So it's 100% theory. And the problem is that they try to tout it as this is exactly how it works. My theory that I haven't tested, that's proven to be inconsistent, is how it actually is. And that's their problem. Like, if you have a theory, go out there and test it. Do a lot of testing. See if you can find any imperfections with it, and then start telling people about it after you've got a pretty solid understanding. But most people that enjoy MBTI are not people that take a great deal of preference in that kind of behavior. They just they run with something that feels good. No, that's Ven. Lady V. She is my co-host for these things. Yeah, talking to people certainly helps. There was one YouTube short where Eric Thor talked to supposedly a random girl at the park and just asked her some basic questions that were essentially guaranteed to get a specific answer. The girl's like, yeah, I'm actually an INFJ. At the end of it. And I was like, wow, Eric, if you were to do that exact same thing to everyone in that park, most people would have come up as INFJ. You would have had a park with half the population being INFJ. But that kind of logical consistency does not come naturally necessarily to certain personality types. And so it feels right, therefore it must be right. What's the difference, I'm assuming you meant, between introverted feeling being your primary function versus introverted feeling being your secondary? Let's assume extroverted sensing swaps with either side near introverted feeling as primary and secondary. Okay. So there's a difference between living in your feelings. Like, you don't even have to think about them. It's just a natural, normal part of your life, versus being more what I call the active function. It's something that you can focus on. So, mind you, when I say feelings, I don't necessarily mean, being happy, sad, or whatever, hateful or joyous, whatnot. Expressing things like personal opinion, going with your gut, your instincts, focusing on those things, versus living with those things. So for a lot of people, your function in the first position is not something that you immediately recognize because it's a normal part of your life. A lot of people assume that you have to consciously be focusing on your first function. That's how you know that it's your first function. Well, not necessarily. It's something that you've lived with all of your life. So it's normal. You don't normally think about breathing, right? Well, you're not normally going to think about your first function. It's just how you live your life. So, That would be the difference. And yeah, so for example, ENFPs, I've never seen a hyper emotional ENFP ever. I've met a number of them, but they're not overly emotional people, especially in today's society where being emotional isn't necessarily beneficial. When you're having conversation with them, they still enjoy using their extroverted thinking as well. They still enjoy having a logical conversation, but they do primarily go with gut instincts when making decisions about a lot of things in life. Not everything in life, just a lot of things.
Are you sure you haven't seen me cry every night for the past 2 months?
I would hope not. You get bubbly when you've been drinking. So
I get bubbly.
you get bubbly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say we're emotional beings at all. It's not that we don't have emotions, right? And we have
Yeah.
like this sense of what we believe is right and wrong, but I'm not crying every 2 seconds or like believe
Right.
that my feelings matter more.
Normal stuff. What does hyper emotional look like? It's the high levels of neuroticism, the depression and the anxiety, the self doubt, and then the expressing of opinions constantly on things, or well, that might be true, but I don't like it, or however, this might be wrong, but I do enjoy it. Those kinds of things. And then of course the crying or being overly happy or being emotional. Mind you, being emotional it's not always negative. I mean, we associate it with being negative, like with the crying and the pity and all that. But being hyper emotional can also be someone who's just always in a good mood and having a great time and wanting other people to know that they're having a great time. That would be expressions of introverted feeling. Van, someone wants to know how often you cry.
Okay, so if it has to do with me, the last time that I cried was about 2 weeks ago because like one of my best friends was gone and I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna see him in like 2 years. But before then, I had not cried in 3-4 years, like because of an issue. And I don't even remember really crying, but yeah, 3-4 years. And then the reasons why I do cry like intermittently between those years is because I'm reading a book or watching a movie and a character that I really love dies and I'm like, oh my God, why did you have to die? But it has nothing to do with me. It's just because of the character.
Why did you have to die?
For mercy.
Like bring him
Because
back.
reasons, Van.
I know, but like damn, don't kill my favorite characters.
Yeah, don't do that. That's bad and wrong. That target I actually have advantage on. Or had. Oh. Oh, it's because it wants me to go down there to do it. That ain't happening.
Just as I would.
Takes a fight.
And it missed. Let's see. Which types care most and least about relationships? What kind of relationships? Romantic relationships? That has more to do with their level of pull for relationships. So, and let's say we're talking about young ones. So we're talking anyone between the ages of 18 to, let's say, 23. Okay. So if you come across a guy who's a little bit socially awkward, he doesn't get a lot of phone numbers, we'll say, doesn't go on a lot of dates, obviously, he's going to care a lot about that relationship because his chances of getting another one after that much lower, even lower with someone that he actually really is truly attracted to. So he's going to care a lot about those relationships. Let's take another guy, same age, and he gets
Discreet killing
a lot
has earned
of
you a new
attention
foe.
from the people he's attracted to. He's not going to care that much about relationships because they're replaceable. Okay, you have a problem with how I behave. Okay, that's fine. We can break up, and then I'll pick another one that is more okay with how I behave. That's not really, and then now, granted, personality can be a factor in how much attention they get, but realistically, a lot of the times, more often than not, it's about genetics, and then whether or not you have a particular bent towards abusing your extroverted feeling. So, which types care most or least about relationships? It just depends on how well it works for them in the dating scene. And of course, genetics do have a lot to do with that. Usually, for men, it's of course height. For women, it's general, face symmetry, size of their bust size, or other physical attributes. Because we can live as much as we want in our imagination, but at the same time, we have to remember that we do live in a physical world, and many traits that we're going to be attracted to can be physical in nature. And so even intuitive types are vulnerable to something that looks aesthetically pleasing. I don't have a problem texting with my... okay, that conversation wasn't for me. Whatever that one was. I think I need to bring my crates back and switch to my sniper crossbow here. Don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Let's try that. I don't necessarily need to get advantage on the targets, I just need them to not attack me as soon as I pop up. Let's see what happens. That's 45% chance to hit.
Let's get this over with. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Yep. Still got put in last place. Why don't I have a spell that just lets me spawn a dozen crows to attack my enemies? I think I just figured something out. I have taken many tests to see the different takes. I'm always T, but super close to the line in F. I bet that's why I go... what is it? Labile? I don't know. Labial. Definitely a word, though. A lot of people... well, I mean, so... when it comes to the tests, there's a few factors to keep in mind. One, we have to remember that some of us are going to have a bias, and we're going to answer in a way that we wish we were, or that we would ideally like to see ourselves as, rather than what we actually are. Secondly, the tests oftentimes ascribe answers to those questions to the wrong cognitive functions. So, there's that. So you might think you're answering in a way that's supposed to be for extroverted feeling, but for some reason they consider it, introverted feeling for the test maker. And then thirdly, the test questions can be so easily interpreted in a multitude of different ways. And so you'll answer in a way that is counterintuitive to the question that was being asked. And so, for those reasons, online tests are terrible. Absolutely terrible. Context matters, asking about, personal history matters, following up with your personal history matters. Your aggregate behavior over the course of your entire life tells us what your preferences are. And how many people would be able to accurately remember exactly what they chose to do in every situation growing up, or or throughout their entire life? The answer is virtually no one. Yeah, I mean, you can do different tests, and even if you manage to find one that asked questions with the correct amount of context so that you could give a more accurate answer, you still have to worry about your own your personal bias for how you believe that you behave, and then two, they may still be ascribing your answer to the wrong cognitive function. And I've seen and taken a bunch of tests, and there was the what's that one? It's like Russian or something. It starts with a K, like Carcinova, or is that right? Is that what I'm Ben? Sacranova, maybe, or
Yeah,
something.
Carcinova.
There was a K in it somewhere.
It's a-
I took that test, and I was waiting for them to throw out a actual extroverted thinking question. Didn't get asked once. And yet it still told me that I placed extroverted thinking somewhere on the list. Didn't once ask an extroverted thinking question. Not even in terms of like an interpretation of a question. Didn't get asked for an extroverted thinking question. And that
It's called Sakinor.
yeah, that one. And that was touted to be a great one that everyone should take. And I'm like, didn't ask once an extroverted thinking question. So even those people don't know what extroverted thinking is. So
I think there's another one that's by, I don't know if his name is Michael or Scott, or I don't know, but that one doesn't ask you. It's not like a question base of like, oh, from 1 to 5, what are you? It's more of it defines like, hey, which one do you do more often? Which is still biased. Like anybody can answer it biasly, but at least the definitions of the things make more sense. Like they're actually more accurate.
well, I'll have to take that one. What do you do differently that can provide accurate results? I ask about you. I ask about your personal preferences in life. What do you do? What have you chosen to do in your life? That tells me everything that I need to know. How you respond to certain hypotheticals, questions, things like that, specific ones. And then I gauge your very specific answer. I don't give you a multiple choice and say, okay, pick one of these as the best answer for the question. No, I get your specific answer. It's most of it is tailored to you. I have some baseline questions that I ask everybody, but most of my questions are about you. And those kinds of things. And that's what's going to make it more accurate, because I'm giving everyone a personal touch. in the most non-sexual way possible, I'm giving everyone a personal touch.
This is the time when you tell people, hey, submit your application, join our Discord.
What Ven was saying, hey, yeah, by the way, I have a Discord, and there's an application section that you can join the Discord, put in your application, then we can, do a typing, and then of course you'd have access to my Discord, so you'd be able to just ask me questions about MBTI whenever you feel like. Or maybe we should, what we should do is have a question section. And so next time I do a live stream, we can just go off the list of the questions. That's good. If you don't feel violated, that means I'm doing it well enough. I want to be typed by you. Do I have to fill out your application? You do have to fill out an application, because I get
Yes.
I have to schedule out those times, and so. Let's see here.
You've made a grave mistake. Can't risk being in open view.
So these boxes did not protect me from being seen. His typing sessions are very good, so you should try it, everyone. Yes, $20 and you get at least an hour of my time. Which isn't so bad. Some people found it therapeutic. What happened to the guy that I was... That's the guy I one-shot earlier. Must have turned invisible. Yeah, well, 2 can play at that game. Then the crows won't find anything, and then combat restarts, and then the guy that I hurt will instantaneously full heal himself. Wherever he is. I hate applications and schedules. Yeah, well, that probably makes sense given our, you know, our demographic. Yep, that guy is full health. I wish I could do more. Wow. Just got lucky on a super critical. Huh. So yeah, check that out. I also was wondering if anyone also had a computer and had Baldur's Gate, then I could do like a Discord session of Baldur's Gate 3. Thought that would be fun. I also need to go back to doing movie Mondays or movie Wednesdays or Fridays or someday. Go back to watching terrible movies.
I was going to say all those movies were terrible.
Yeah,
I did not
they're
sit through any
supposed
of
to be terrible, and that is absolutely the point.
Out of sight, out of mind. What path lies before me?
Let's see if I can just disappear. Oh, that's hiding was successful. Oh, okay, it was successful, but it still spotted me. Okay, well, that's good. It is hard to find good entertainment. I've never heard of Big Fish. I like, they had it on YouTube for free for a while. It's called Down Periscope with Kelsey Grammer. And I think Rob Schneider was in it. I'm also a big fan of, ships, and so that one was particularly entertaining for me. They have Sherlock Holmes, the Robert Downey Jr. movies. They have both of them free on YouTube right now as well. If anyone wants to see a INTP be a detective, it's an option.
Hear me out.
I'm hearing
We
you.
can also do Lord of the Rings. I would
And
sit through Lord of the
yes,
Rings.
that's 12 hours of movie, woman. Not everybody's
Yeah,
going
we
to
can
sit
do
through that.
one, obviously, and then the next. And I'm not asking for the uncut versions like I would typically watch. Just the regular versions, the theatrical ones.
Mm-hmm. And Joseph, I live out in the middle of nowhere. I can't even get things delivered to me most of the time. So I live in the middle of the desert, and so that wouldn't be all that great for everyone. Is my point.
Don't worry, the application process is not hard. All you need to do is say, "I want to be typed." I am due, DM due, and then I ask you what times you're available. It makes it much easier if you just put the times that you're available. But typically,
Yup.
we can do it like pretty soon. And I try to work with your schedule.
Damn, really? The Tim Burton film with Ian McGregor. You could hide in my closet. My closet's currently filled with other people's stuff, so good luck with that. As funny as that would be.
All right.
Just as I was getting.
Murder of crows. That sucks. And they stun me. Like an automatic stun. Can't resist it, I guess. Stunning gaze. I rolled an 8. Needed a 12. Hmm. No, it's just death. Urchin types people on a pyramid located in the middle of the desert. Somewhere unknown, a mythical place. Yeah, it's called Silver Springs. Discount code? For what? Discount code for my feet pics? There is no discount. That's full price. You pay full price, baby. A bottle of Dayquil's looking awful tempting. Maybe there's a better place for me to post up at. Nope, there really isn't. Maybe I could stack another box.
Going.
No, that's probably not the issue. The issue is that I need to force the enemies to have to jump. Target's too far. Yeah, that was probably high enough, huh? Yeah, it still lets me walk my way up there, though. That's a problem.
This game is so much easier when you're just following someone. You don't have to figure out where to go.
Neverwinter Nights?
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are correct, madam. It is.
I'm always correct.
Yeah. Of course you are.
See that, guys? That was Effie right there.
Extroverted feeling on display. Just really good at it. I don't like how they don't get surprised. Would you rather have vinegar coming out of your sink for the rest of your life, or having to live with no furniture and no bed for the rest of your life? I've lived in many places where I've had to sleep on floors, and furniture I could care less about, so yeah.
I think you're underestimating your old age. Like, yes, when you were younger, sure. But now that you're older, especially when you start to get older, there's no way that you're just going to be on the floor and be okay with it. How are you going to get up from that floor? I mean, with vinegar,
I
at
can
least your
roll.
sink is always... You can roll.
I can roll.
Like, you can just get a bucket to wash your dishes. Why would you need a sink? Like...
I've got a toilet. It needs a sink with running actual water.
No, you don't need that. You can literally look. And maybe it's because I grew up without using maybe a sink, or like I could just get buckets for everything. But it's super simple to just get a bucket.
It's super simple to just get a bucket, and you heard it here first, folks.
Yes. Yeah, imagine no furniture. behind is always going to be hurting. Your back is always going to be hurting.
Probably true.
Just no furniture. Wait, does like a refrigerator count with no furniture, or is it just like the living room, bedroom furniture?
How old are you both, Ven and Urchin? I think Ven is in her early 20s.
25.
and 25. I'm 35. Yeah.
That's the age I tell people it's not the real one, but I'm in my 20s.
Oh, there you go. Answered that.
We're fossils, apparently.
Yeah. I feel like one, so that makes sense, right?
He's definitely one. I'm not there yet.
He's
Orbit, but
definitely a
thank you.
fossil.
I like to remind him how old he is.
What type is Ven? Ven is an ENFP.
I'm the sweet, empathetic, charismatic ENFP type. We just love people.
There you go. I feel like a fossil because every day is an eternity for me, so... I cast magic. Target is blocked by what? What? Okay, that was weird.
Breathe quiet, move with care.
Zim from Invader, Zim's typing. I haven't really watched that show, but from what I remember, he was big on introverted intuition, so I guess the idea would be is that he's an INTJ. Possibly. Ah, the crows pecked my eyes out. And they don't miss, that's for sure. I'm an I don't know you type. That's fun. I really wish they gave rogues more than one standard action per turn at some point. That would have been great.
Very well.
Just gonna have to sneak past these guys. I can't kill them. Oh, I don't know yet. Oh. I don't know what you are either. Oh, goodness. And Mandy from Billy and Mandy. That's been a while. I'm gonna say she seemed like an ISTJ. She didn't have like particularly big aspirations episode to episode. Just a guess. Aura of murder, your death is my offering. That's nice. It's like, yeah, that stunning gaze, I can't seem to avoid it. Destabilized orbit. Fun fact, Effulgence is Urchin's advertiser. Thank you, Destabilized Orbit. for the $2. Interesting.
Mark light on my feet.
Shank. Haha. Let's see. Well, we'll eventually figure that out once I eventually stop procrastinating and get typed by you. Yeah, most certainly. Do you think that fictional characters having clear personality types makes them more enjoyable to watch? It's nice to, you know, people enjoy pattern recognition, so when someone is behaving like their personality type, they're like, oh, that's okay, yeah, I totally get it, that guy is that type, you know, because they're behaving in such a manner. So that can be fun, especially with, you know, people also enjoy consistency, you know, in plot and characters. So if someone's behaving like their personality type all the time, some people really enjoy that consistency. Some people, of course, want others to act in completely random, weird ways, so there's that as well. Do you think there is a correlation between someone's type and their favorite movie/show characters? I think we have... An example would be comedy in the US is a lot different from comedy in Europe, for example. And that just has more to do with how you grew up. I don't think that specific types are always going to enjoy certain, you know, certain characters or shows. I think it just depends on what you're used to and what you've developed to find funny. And then Joseph enjoys procrastination. I think many of us do.
I've been in this map easily just running around for the past hour and I cannot get
What
out
are
of
you
it.
doing playing Neverwinter Nights by yourself? Like, what are you trying to do?
I was trying to memorize the spells, I mean.
Memorize the smells of spells, perhaps? The smells of spells. Does anyone else play
No,
Neverwinter
just like-
Nights? Has anyone else played it? I have flies.
Everybody's dead. I have keys to doors that they don't open. I don't know.
Everyone's... So you're killing everyone?
Well, I mean, not the people that talk.
I see.
Don't worry, I'm not going on a rage right now.
I see. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a video from a YouTuber named Thunderfoot? The image that comes to mind is a guy with a lot of hair and glasses. I don't know if that's the same person or not, but I don't watch. No, I don't watch Thunderfoot's material. Yeah, I know of him. I haven't seen his face in probably close to a decade.
These boots are
Ben, I think I need more boxes. What do you think?
I think you're gonna have to go hunting for more
I have to go
boxes.
look for more
Seems
boxes.
like a
Imagine Imagine playing a Dungeons and Dragons game where everything hinges on the number of boxes you're holding. Imagine. Oh look, 2 boxes. They're mine now. Used to watch him back in the day, you know. Yeah, I used to watch Chris Reagan a long time ago when I was young. What is or was your favorite cartoon?
Looking shadow.
Does anime count? Because if anime counts, then probably, in all seriousness, my favorite one was Code Geass. But it's followed ever so closely by High School DxD. And they are completely different animes. For sure. I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, though. Imagine not having enough boxes. Tell me about it. Let's see if I can. So here's box number 4, and then we're going to see if 4 boxes does the trick. I mean, I can still crawl up these boxes, like the game's letting me do like a walk up these boxes, so I'm wondering if that's... We're going to try it. We're going to try it and see if it's good enough. 4 boxes. I was a big fan of Sailor Moon, for sure. I really enjoyed the drama as a child. Okay. Let's see... No, that still didn't go the way I wanted. Whoa! Didn't attack me. Oh, because I was able to stealth before the combat started. Amazing. Amazing. 4 boxes was the trick, apparently.
Can't risk being in open view.
Bam. We're good. We're golden. It was 4 boxes. Although, my range isn't great. What is this unstoppable crap?
Attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
Let's see. Code Geass really good all the way through and had a perfect ending. Yeah, well, it was a good ending, especially with Lelouch still being alive at the end of it.
Better be cautious.
Let's see here. Finally, a decent hit. Beavis and Butthead. I did watch Beavis and Butthead when I was very, very young. Yes, my brother and I used to watch a lot.
Softer than a whisper.
Not as much anymore, obviously. I also watched Ren and Stimpy. I don't know if that was far more adult than
Breathe quiet, move with care.
than it was probably rated. Would you rather use butter as deodorant or Nutella? I would think Nutella, because it would have more of a pleasant odor to it, I would think, being chocolate. Thought he had his best friend kill him in front of the whole world. No, he's not. Of course he's not dead. There was actually some theories on that one. One of which was they believed that Lelouch had gained like that immortality symbol that his father had when his father placed a hand around him. But yeah, he got stabbed, but he lived through that. And they have a... Yeah, did you not watch the movie? There was a movie that came after that. Lelouch was alive, but in some kind of coma. Not a coma, more like an amnesia thing. And then he comes out of it during the movie. So yeah.
Why do I keep disagreeing with you on these would you rathers? I would rather have butter as deodorant. You know, like how much That's like a bacteria
Everyone else minds their business.
um,
Fine.
growth for the if you put Nutella under your arms, and then
Maybe.
you'll be stickier. And then with butter, I mean, she didn't specify if it was shea butter, cocoa butter, like, you know, those are already natural deodorants. So
Hmm.
I don't need any attention.
Well, jeez. Fine then. You can use butter. I'll use Nutella, and then we'll see what happens.
Just out of view.
I would rather use deodorant as deodorant, though, if I had a choice in the matter. I use, this is not product placement, but I've been using Axe deodorant, Phoenix, specifically since I was like 22, 23. So for the past like 12, 13 years, I've been using the same deodorant.
Just out of view.
I like how it smells.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Let's see. I know this is very vague and you need more clear information, but how would you describe a manager's MBTI? This person tries to be nice with people while trying to follow the rules to the letter, and then gets mad and shuts down when subordinates show resistance and at times are harsh to them. Then they come back again and repeat the cycle. Are they just a bad manipulator? Well, I mean, ESTJs can do that. I mean, a lot of personalities, I suppose, could, but your typical manager is going to be an ESTJ. Just through sheer numbers.
I don't need any attention right now.
But of course, we can't just go off of that to determine someone's personality type. Am I going to get a yeast infection from putting Nutella on my armpits?
Softer than a whisper.
I don't know. With all that sugar, anything is possible.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Anything's possible. That's my line. Quit stealing my thunder.
Yeah, it's because there's gonna be way more bad bacteria because of the sugar.
I see.
But I don't think it would be yeast, but it would definitely be some kind of infection.
Interesting. Think I can fight this guy in hand-to-hand combat?
You have probably as much luck as I have trying to kill this skeleton that just doesn't want to die.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's a tough one.
On my way.
This is just a fest of missing each other. I think it's been like 20 rounds of just missing each other. Hasn't been
Yikes.
that long, but.
Ven is playing
Been pretty
Neverwinter
long.
Nights, if anyone's asking or wondering. To work now. It was fun hanging. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye. Bye, Joseph. It's good to know that people are watching my stream, at the very least. I've managed 3 businesses, ENTP, all of them outside of the box. I don't know how you'd be able to manage it, though. I mean, did all the businesses literally just require a few hours of your time each day? Because that doesn't sound like a business. I mean, it could be, though. I mean, if your business is like, you know, running a lemonade stand, for example, then that, you know, doesn't take a lot of effort, but I'm thinking, you know, like managers who run a Walmart, that's a 12-hour-a-day job, you know, working 4 or 5 days a week. This guy has Sanctuary. prey upon the weak. I don't know why he's got Sanctuary and why I can't get... Why don't I have abilities like Sanctuary?
But we'll have a better, easier time, like having an actual business, like an actually grow a business, an ESFJ or an ESFP.
Which one would have an easier time?
Yeah,
It depends
like,
on the
like
kind of business it
growing a
is.
better
Being
business.
an open view.
It really does depend on the kind of business that we're talking about. If it's something with a laid out structure and procedures that you just have to follow every day, and it works, you know, it's like clockwork, then yeah, sure, an ESFJ. If it's something that's evolving, or it's something that, you know, you have to keep up with, like new trends or, you know, things like that, then ESFP is probably going to have an easier time. Depends on the business. What
Yep,
did you
that's
do
what
at
I was
Walmart?
thinking.
I worked at the bakery deli. I worked in the warehouse for a year, and then I talked to the manager of electronics during that time, and eventually I was moved to electronics for another year. Like a year and a half when I left.
So I was thinking of that answer, but could you elaborate for, you know, everybody here to tell them why that would be the case?
Why, what would be the case?
Why an ESFJ would have a better time having like a structured business and an ESFP keeping up with
Well, because an ESFJ has a preference for introverted sensing. So if it's procedures and schedules and things like that, then that's where they're going to have the best preference. Is in that kind of manager type stuff. But if you're making a lot of decisions in the direction in which the company needs to change or evolve, well, then you're better off with someone else. The ESFJ is going to have preferred things remain the same. But if part of the evolution of the business is, you know, on a schedule of some kind, and maybe you bring in advisors and things like that to determine what's going to happen next, then yeah, once again, the ESFJ is going to have it. But if you've got to, you know, plan it out for yourself about how things are going to change, well, ESFP might have a better understanding of, you know, today's, you know, hip new trends, etc. So there's that. There's lots of reasons. That was unexpected. Well, with the power of my boxes, I was able to win this. Thanks, boxes. Murderous cut. Oh, it's got that prey upon the weak thing on there. That's kind of neat. It's mine now. Smoke powder bomb. A sluice gate. But yes, when I was at the Walmart, I was in the warehouse, and then I went to electronics, and then I sold a bunch of stuff to a bunch of people in electronics over that year and a half.
No use. It's blocked.
Don't get scalded. Okay. More MBTI questions. Please give me more MBTI questions. If they're related to introverted feeling and extroverted feeling, that would be fine too. Right. I do not benefit from... I did not make commission.
What would be your ideal survival team for an apocalypse? Let's say you can choose 3 more team members for you to survive an apocalypse, like a zombie apocalypse.
Okay.
And I also would like a nuclear one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to choose 3 of them to join me in a post-apocalypse team to survive in the wasteland.
Correct.
In ESTP, An ISFP. I think that's it. I think I just need which would another compliant, maybe like a second ISFP, maybe no, an ISFJ. So an ESTP, an ISFP, and an ISFJ.
So why would you need the ISFP if you already have the ISFJ?
So they can help one another. Like, so the ISFP is going to be far more considerate in, just normally about people's feelings, etc. More considerate on that front. More compliant for sure, but the ISFJ is going to be there for managing supplies, things like that, so they can work together.
What about an INTP? Like, wouldn't you need to know things?
No, I can
or you
figure
think
I
your
can figure
knowledge-
things out on my own when it comes to
Okay.
ideas, so I don't need the INTP there. However, what I would like is an ESTP, one that's always living in the moment and paying attention to the surroundings and having, being able to have logical discussions with them. That's what I would want. ISFP, of course, for the cooking and taking care of the more physical needs of the party, and then the ISFJ to manage the party, but in a much more compliant manner than an ESFJ would be. I manage the biggest metal and something. What?
Like, I understand why you would want the ISFP to cook and stuff, but like the ISFJ could also do that. So wouldn't you want the ISFJ to
Well,
do
then
all that?
that's
and
just
then maybe-
that's great, because then I can have two people that can cook. But the ISFJ is going to be far less, on the emotion side of things. And I
Okay,
can have
guys,
them
you
manage
heard it
things.
here. An ENTP that's gonna do most of the work, right, with an ESTP, while the two people that are not really gonna do much, like going and get stuff, are alive. So all he needs really
ISFP to satisfy the needs of the group, and then the physical needs of the group, and then of course be more emotionally available for people, and then the ISFJ to manage the things, and the ISFJ will ask me about what's important rather than them taking on and using their own judgment as to what's most important. And then the ESTP to watch out for hostiles, etc. ISTPs are oftentimes too confrontational, and we need people to work together. For sure. Now, I'm not saying that every ISTP is going to be, hyper confrontational and always, get in the way of whatever the actual plans are. It's just that most of them would. And so I would choose the safer route on that. Let's see. What types will be in the advantage in the era of AI? Well, I guess any types that are willing to learn how to manipulate artificial intelligence. So, whichever types those would be. Why not an INFP? They just don't need them. It's if I'm supplying the out-of-the-box ideas, I don't really need another extroverted intuitive in the team. And so the rest of it is dealing with reality. And that's what the other types would be doing.
See, I would keep the ESTP, the ISFJ, but I would probably add in like ISTJ maybe that I like.
Better not be cursed.
Because I don't want an ISFP there. Like, I don't need one.
You
That would
don't
drive
need
me
one.
insane.
Well, there you go.
No, that would drive me. So it would definitely not. But again, I'm also a female, so I would imagine like a man definitely is going to need an ISFP. You guys need someone that can satisfy your needs. Which,
There you go.
Yeah.
I have
So am I done with
no
the scope?
idea. Whoa, it opened up the thing. Cool. Don't know what I did, but it opened it. Here we go. What's next? Is it... No, it's not getting dark out. It's just dark in here.
Moving in. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
Okay, I'm finally reading. It says make your way into the hall and then the chambers onto the east quarter. I guess I should have read that an hour ago.
Reading's fun, isn't it?
I don't like
Well-
reading in games.
Well, not all of the quests are going to read like smut novels. All right.
I need the smut. You know this. I need the smut. Plus, the thing is, I was hitting these gates and I couldn't open them, so I was like, maybe I just don't need. Like, I'll give up on. I'm just a lowly person here.
A lowly person. More questions about MBTI. Feed me more questions. I want to answer them.
Yes, guys, use him.
Yes,
That's why
use
he's
me.
here for you.
Could an ENTP and ENFP win the amazing race together? I'm not sure what the amazing race is.
Absolutely. I would definitely win any kind of those games.
Oh, there you go.
Something good here, I hope.
What if there was
just
like
need-
what?
I would only keep him around because we can take turns and like the procrastination. But I would probably want a censor with me. Because he'll be like, I don't want to do this anymore, and then he'll just sit out somewhere.
There you go. What if there was like a Superman who has all the functions as dominant functions? That would be cool. Well, which one would they preference then? Would they just like pick at random which function to go with on any given situation? Advice on how to use introverted feeling more consciously as an introverted feeling dominant. Well, just stop and recognize that, you know, so here's what you might do. Let's say you have an opinion on something. Keep thinking about why you have that opinion on it. So let's say I like the color blue. Why do I like the color blue? Well, maybe it's because I enjoy the night, because it's cool and vaguely refreshing sometimes, or maybe it's because I like water or something, and you know, water can look blue, of course, if the sky is over it. Maybe it's because of those reasons why I like the color blue. So just consciously determining why you have the feelings that you have should lend you to some insights as to your cognitive processes. Just about all those things. Now, granted, if you're already an INFP, for example, you probably already took way too much time out of your life to wonder why you enjoy the things that you enjoy. So you probably already have the answers, but I would just keep doing that. It should help. Using it more consciously, if that's the goal here. Let's see, I've got my boxes back. What are we dealing with? A hyena named Snicker. Invoker of Baal. Oh, geez, these are the Baal cultists. I didn't realize. What are the chances I can get through here without being seen? ISFP. Yeah, just wonder about why you like what you like. What's next? Next question. Do differences in IQ affect how two individuals with shared MBTIs act? Let's assume the person with lesser IQ is still high functioning. Will it affect? I'd imagine that it does affect it on some level. I haven't been able to conduct IQ tests for every person that I've interviewed. But I imagine it would affect them in, you know, roughly the same way. But here's the thing about intelligence quotient that I do know is that the higher up on IQ you are, the less likely you are to consider or even have emotions about things, because everything is just a math equation to you. So the more intelligent you are, the less feelings you have. That's something that's very clearly observed in a great many fields involving intelligence. It's just how it is. For example, you're not going to have an IQ of 160 and then be crying to yourself, 10 times a week over nothing. Like you're not going to be. And the less intelligent you are, the more feelings you have. That is also something that I noted in my studies, is that the lower the intelligence quotient, the higher
Deep and move.
the higher up they are on feelings. Oftentimes. Or the more, well, maybe not necessarily in that typical MBTI regard. What I mean is to have more displays of emotional outbursts, whether they be good or bad. Don't know why I keep getting caught here. It's annoying me. It's the higher you are on intelligence quotient, the more able you are to control your emotions, essentially, because you can rationalize them, you can explain them away. And when you're spending time thinking about why you're sad, you're not being sad. It's just like with human attention spans. You can't focus on two things at once. You can focus between two things rapidly, but you can't do both of them at once. So if you are sad about something and then you're spending the next hour trying to wonder why you were even sad about it in the first place, well, you'll realize that the tears have dried up, your heart rate's back to normal, and that you're not sad about it. And then if you decide to wash yourself again in the sadness, then yeah, you can go back to being sad, but you can't do both at once. Can I just... It's not even rolling for the hide. It's not automatically getting caught. What is intelligence then? I describe intelligence as the ability to solve novel problems on your own. You come up with a solution to a novel problem. That kinds of, that kind of thing. And then, of course, in terms of intelligence quotient, well, they use pattern recognition on the tests. How come some INFP score high on IQ test? I've never seen an INFP score high on an IQ test. So if you're talking about some blog or article you read about how INFPs all have higher intelligence quotients than INTPs, then I have to tell you that that's clickbait. It's not there.
Never wanted the easy path.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. People tell me that they take IQ test, and they usually take something that's online. I wouldn't even necessarily trust Mensa to do that now, because no one cares about Mensa anymore. And so there are people that I knew of for certain were essentially borderline retarded, who would tell me that they took a test from Mensa and scored in like the 120s and higher, and they're borderline retarded. So you would free online tests, of course, you don't take those. You need official testing, which costs money, by the way. So you would need to go find out what your intelligence quotient is. Now, mind you, as we get older, our intelligence quotient, by how the tests are done, is supposed to go down as we get older, because it's the part of the equation is your age. So, But no, if you didn't read that, then I don't know why you think that INFPs all score high on IQ tests. I don't know why you would say that. I'm not saying that they can't, because most of them are multiple choice questions anyway. But those tests are about pattern recognition, and pattern recognition is the domain of introverted thinking. So as long as you're able to utilize your introverted thinking well enough, then you could score high on an IQ test. But that does mean that people that have a preference for out-of-the-box thinking and introverted thinking tend to score higher on them. That's just based on my research over the years. But out-of-the-box thinking, extroverted intuition, and then coupled with pattern recognition, introverted thinking. So typically INTPs and ENTPs, like Albert Einstein, for example, obviously higher IQ, INTP. INTPs are usually are known to be now granted they're known to be, but I of course would know from personal experience that yes, INTPs typically are higher up on intelligence quotient, because that's their whole life, is out of the box logical thinking of their own understanding. It's their ability to understand a problem and then solve it with crazy ideas sometimes. Why were we talking about that? Let's see. But next time I talk to an INFP, we'll see if we can get them to take an IQ test, some official one. They usually associate giftedness with different things and not only a high IQ. About giftedness, gifted in what exactly? There are some people in film that were gifted with certain parts of their anatomy, and they go on to be in certain feature films that I can't go into any more detail about here on the stream, understandably. But I think giftedness is just a colloquialism. So anyone that has some kind of talent in a particular field, they say is gifted. So some people are gifted at sports, some people are gifted at taking tests, some people are gifted in imagination, so on and so forth. Some people are gifted at empathy. Wouldn't you agree, Ven? Of course she does.
I just started taking the IQ test on Mensa.
Yeah.
I've taken an official IQ test before, so I'm trying to see like how I score on this one. Since you guys were talking about it.
Did you just now like pay for a test or something?
Mensa. Yeah. I didn't pay it. It's free. So
it's free.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's on the Mensa website.
Uh-huh.
I've taken an official one before though in school. You just distracted me from this pattern. 1 second.
Alright, looks like I need to invisible my picture here. So what do I think of giftedness, though? I think that some people are gifted in certain ways. That's all I think about that. Good to be gifted in some things, I suppose. Although usually I find that nature tends to, give in one way and then take in another. So, for example, INTPs, generally speaking, higher than IQ, or higher than average IQ, for sure. But it takes from them in terms of social interactions with people. Well, which of course would make sense because I said social. Interactions with human beings, they're bad at it. Because that makes sense. When you're that intelligent and you are constantly pondering things that, intelligent people ponder, it's going to cost you somewhere. And in the case of the INTP, well, it's social interactions. So, that's just me. Yeah. Take an actual IQ test, and they base it on your age. So. But yes. And virtually everyone that tells me that they've taken an IQ test and they got super high, it's always some free online one that's meant to make you feel good. Like how I phrased what? So, here's the thing. If everyone takes those tests, then most people are going to score in the 120s and above. And of course, we all know that that's obviously something's wrong here. Most people are average. The average IQ in the United States, last I saw, was 98. It's going down. So, stands to reason that as a society we're getting dumber, so I don't expect people to always have a bunch of, or everyone to have a bunch of, high IQ scores. Not exactly. I have met a number of other personality types with a preference for introverted thinking that, wouldn't score that high. So, so, for example, I had a ISTP grandpa, not grandpa. He was, he adopted, essentially, my mother. And he's a clever man, for certain. He likes to build his own things, and he enjoyed fixing cars and things like that. And I know that you can't be very dumb and try to work on cars without killing yourself, right? So I would say that as an ISTP, he was probably about 100. Maybe ever so slightly higher than that. He was a clever man, for sure. I watched him come up with all kinds of solutions to things. But his mind really never went any further than that. And of course, thinking super outside the box, that was not his thing. He was more pragmatic in his thinking. Still clever, but he didn't really have much in the ways of an imagination. And so, loved him to death, but once again, probably about 100. Give or take 5 points. That kind of a thing. So, there is some kind of, what I have determined over the past 10 years is that there is two functions that seem to increase your chances of having a higher IQ. Introverted thinking, sure, but also extroverted intuition. If you can flex those two functions well enough, you can score high. Well, so here's how an IQ test is. It's about pattern recognition. They show, they'll show symbols or patterns of symbols, etc., and then you have to decide which one comes next in the pattern. And so that requires abstract thinking. Now, everyone should be able to do that. The question is, how well can they do it? How experienced they are at doing it. And so you take these patterns, and you pick which one's going to be next. So if you have abstract thought, and you can understand what it is that you're looking at, which, of course, that's introverted thinking and then extroverted intuition. As long as you can do that, you can answer the question accurately. So I've found that those two functions can lead to a higher intelligence quotient score on an IQ test. So as long as you're able to flex those functions well enough, there you go. The idea was that you could take, 1,000 of these kinds of questions or puzzles to solve, and then you have someone, you assign any random 100 of those 1,000 questions to a person. It should give you a vaguely accurate determination of their IQ. That was originally how it's done. I'm sure they've changed it by now, a little bit here and there. But that was the general understanding of it. Other men I stereotype as ISTP seem to be logical in their own form, but boy, talking to them about some theory is dull. Well, yeah, they're not going to be all that interested. Either that, or they act like literal apes with anger issues. I have seen both, so you're not alone in that. So, yeah. In terms of intelligence quotient, you've got to flex your introverted thinking and extroverted intuition. And then, of course, other people have told me that they've taken IQ tests and that some of the questions were like, what's the capital of Denmark? Things like that. Those aren't IQ questions. That's not gauging your intelligence quotient. It's gauging your knowledge of things that you've read about and learned. So you're essentially your memory. Now, some people, there have been studies that higher IQ can relate to higher memory retention, essentially, or recall, which makes sense in the case of, let's say, INTPs, who of course have introverted sensing in the third position. But your ability to solve novel problems. So, more or less determines that. I did say extroverted intuition and introverted thinking. Yes. And so most people, that should be, that alone should be some kind of evidence for you that everyone uses all the functions every day. Because the average IQ is 98, but the average personality is some kind of introverted sensor, which can have extroverted thinking and in some level of extroverted intuition. And so even though there are types that don't hardcore preference those functions, they still score around the 100s. And everyone can use the functions. So being intelligent is boring. Come on. I guess you'd have to define intelligence. I assume that every person that can speak a language is considered an intelligent life form. And that's just me. Ven, could you bring me a water?
Yes, master.
There we go.
Again, I'm doing an IQ test. You keep interrupting me.
Someone with an
I'm just
IQ
kidding.
of 140 has to live among average IQs of 100. For average people to comprehend their existence, this would mean you would have to live among the majority of people with an IQ of 60. Possibly. People with an IQ that low, though, can't even read. So that's a particularly frustrating existence if you're trying to write a message to someone. You know that it's not going to be understood because they can't read when your IQ is that low. So it's not quite the same. To someone with 100 IQ, you can write out instructions for them to follow. And of course, if you're intelligent enough, which presumably 140 IQ would be, then you would be able to write the instructions in such a fashion that they would be able to understand. Whereas you could not do that in a society where everyone else was a 60 IQ.
I'm already bored. They should have told me how many questions there were. Maybe I just didn't read it and I just clicked.
About 100 questions, roughly.
100? They only had 25 minutes. I still have 11 minutes left. I'm at question 21. And I'm just bored.
Just answer.
Look at anyone.
Answer randomly. Try to score like high functioning autism.
Oh gosh, no. I mean, I already went 21 questions. Yeah, no.
I say that respectfully, only because I don't have many friends to muse with. No. See, if you're intelligent enough, you should be able to understand how people behave. And if you can behave in a way that's complementary to how they behave, then you should be able to find some friends. I would think.
Maybe you thought wrong. Hey.
Maybe I did think wrong. I'm a wrong thinker.
Mm-hmm.
How much farther can I go?
Bridges are easy though. I don't know.
All right. Think the game will let me jump while I'm encumbered?
No. I don't think so.
It says too high. Too high, too high. Too high, I'm too high. No, it's too high. V, what's your MBTI type? Minky, V, what's your MBTI type? Didn't you already answer that question today?
No, it's Minky V. They're asking me. There's someone else in the chat called me.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun,
My goodness, more MBTI questions. Let's go. Me with fun, engaging questions.
Oh, this one is actually challenging. This is the first one that I'm like, oh. Let's see.
Better be cautious.
Such a turn-based mode here.
Okay, no.
Screw this
I
up.
figured out the pattern is actually not challenging at all.
So it was challenging till you figured it out.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
I just thought it was going to be more complicated.
Well,
Should mind my step.
They like these diagonal patterns for some reason. I guess people, I don't know. Why wouldn't people pay attention to diagonal?
let's see. FE protagonist or an FI protagonist? So that's actually a good question, because when I've written a number of stories in my life, and you know what's bad about having extroverted feeling characters is that they're not emotional enough to be interesting. Like, if you want an INFP protagonist, or if you want a female protagonist, then you want it to be an INFP. As that's what I meant to say. You want them to care about the feelings, to have those emotional highs. That's what draws the reader in. Otherwise, if you just have like a basic extroverted feeling character, then they're always just considering the feelings of other people, making the character inherently uninteresting. So to have a preferenced extroverted feeler is actually not that great in a story. You want someone to have those raging outbursts. You want someone to feel extreme sorrow when they feel it, and be able to describe how that looks and what they're going through. It's the emotional highs and lows that make a lot of stories enjoyable. And so you would rather have an introverted feeling protagonist than an extroverted feeling one. Afraid to say it, but that's how it be.
Out of mind.
Add an assessment at W. I know what they mean by that. So yeah, and that's why characters like Kylo Ren, for example, being seemingly he certainly behaves like someone who's high up on emotions. He would be more entertaining to watch because he would have these, he cried. He didn't really get happy in the movies that I remember, but he displayed some emotion, and that made him more entertaining for most people. Jeez, a one-shot that guy. Critical hit. Yeah, I didn't expect to hit that guy.
Move with care.
Are you into astronomy? You mean horoscopes, like astrology, or the study of the stars, astronomy? I may have those confused. But you tell me if I've got it confused or not. But to answer at least one of those questions, horoscopes, astrology, no, I am not into that. I have been around astrology for, well, as far back as I can remember. So even as a small child, and I never found correlations between people with the same types.
Out of mind.
So, but the study of the stars in terms of like their movements, astral bodies, etc. Yeah, I typically find it interesting, especially in the case of certain make-believe stars like Planet X, which isn't a star, obviously, it's a planet, but, you know, astral bodies, things like that. I always found them to be fascinating, especially black holes. In work, I was typed as an INFJ at an assessment at work. You know, happens a lot. INFJ's got to be one of the most commonly typed personality types, which means that they need to either stop issuing those tests or they need to change up the questions.
Softer than a whisper.
Each time you kill a creature, gain 1 charge of Unstoppable. Wish I had that.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I don't acknowledge astrology. Yeah, it's it's not something that I buy into.
Can't risk being in open view.
In the last book I read, the protagonist didn't really have feelings, but the things that he expected made the story great. The author, Kurt Vonnegut, is an ENFP. Are you sure he's an ENFP?
Better be cautious.
Or is it just what is on, like, the personality database? I think black holes would be less threatening if they were pink with glitter. They'd certainly look less threatening, huh?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I wish we could be typed at my workplace. Well, it would kind of look like a donut, huh? Then we would call them donut holes.
That was terrible.
I know it was terrible. You do it for the stream, okay?
Oh gosh, poor people.
If everyone else minds their
I gave up on this test, by the way. I'm just waiting for the time to run out. I got bored.
Well,
don't want to draw any attention.
experienced, not expected, spell check. I'm pretty sure he's an ENFP. Well, if you're pretty sure, you're pretty sure.
I don't need any attention
I
right now.
don't. I don't think it's impossible. As a matter of fact, I would say I would think that it's likely that many fantasy writers, especially, are INFPs and ENFPs.
All right, time to skulk about.
I got 150 on 15 on this IQ test. 15, 1-5.
You didn't even
1-1-5.
answer half the questions, right? You gave up halfway through, and it still gave you 115. It gave you a standard deviation higher than the average. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Like,
No, I
there's-
don't think I gave up halfway, but it was, after 15 minutes, I had already answered 27 questions at that point, or 21 questions. Like, what else were they expecting from me? That was a lot.
That's just how the IQ tests go. They're supposed to, the original IQ test, they have 1,000 questions based on pattern recognition, and then they would assign you 100 random ones out of that 1,000, and it should give you, based on your age, it should give you your, aggregate intelligence.
Yeah, when I
quotient.
did it the first time, like an actual one that they had professionals go into the school and do, I got 129 when I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, again, who knows how professionals were? I don't know. It was a
Who
government
knows?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Let's see. I guess expected works in this case because he was a time traveler. Oh, goodness. Wish I could travel time. I tried an IQ test right now and I quit after question 1 because I got it wrong. Alright, that's fair. Black holes, people love to use it as a cause for the probability of other universes. White holes, this is very specific to the idea of there being other universes in existence. It can be useful to learn more about yourself, but in hindsight it is also very personal information for an employer to know about you. I think Belbin team roles is more useful and less invading. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure I know what that is. I'm no physicist, oh well, whatever. No, and yes, I understand that the math in quantum mechanics gives the idea of infinite possibilities. Infinite possibilities! I love it. I disagree with that motion, but like I said, I have no authority in the subject. Who cares about authority? Let's talk about why it makes sense or doesn't make sense. Where would you time travel to? And there's certain historical things that I'd like to see firsthand. I'd like to talk to the man known as Jesus. Let's see what he was all about.
Any attention.
Assuming that he existed. As far as I know, he was made up. But if he was real, let's go talk to him.
He probably doesn't want to talk to you. Who
He might
knows?
want to talk to me. The Son of God wanted to talk to everybody. Right?
That's a funny looking shot.
Maybe.
Let's see, maybe if we could have been typed, I would have known that there was an ENFJ lady at my work a lot sooner. She's my favorite. ENFJ should be everyone's favorite.
Probably not mine.
Probably not yours.
Just out of view.
I can smell fake from a mile away.
Can
oh,
you?
No. Yes,
Hmm.
I can.
I believe you.
See? There you go. Effie right there. He does that to me all the time. The Effie thing, and I just do not like it.
Hmm. Gotta be fake. Being fake makes the world go round.
Right.
then.
Well, I like when the reason why I don't like it is because I like when people are kind of more in an authentic way. So I want them to be themselves around me, right? Like, I don't want someone to have to fake. It makes me, I want to feel good knowing that someone is themselves with me. Like, it's more of a personal thing. Like, I want to know that I make someone be true to themselves. So every single time he goes like, when you're talking to him, I know he's not paying attention. And it just annoys me to no end.
That's just how I do
Like, I'm
things.
so good at it. Yeah, and most people don't even realize it. And I'm just like, how? Like, he is so obvious about it. But, He's an old man, so I let him
I
be.
am an old man. So it's okay when I do it.
No, you have a charm to you when it comes to you don't really care about the things I say that most people get upset about. So
Oh,
Better be cautious.
yeah,
got it.
it's nice to have him around.
It's nice to have me around. Do you hear that?
Don't want to draw any attention.
I automatically assume my extroverted feeling is part of my personality, pretending that my antics are authentic. LMAO. Internally, that's obviously different. Yes.
This calls for careful footwork.
Ven found my channel, then jumped into my Discord, and we've been talking ever since. Is that about right?
Sounds about right. Yeah, he was lucky.
I was
To meet
lucky.
Such a one.
There you go. Path is interrupted. Nope, just barely, maybe. Perfect.
If everyone else finds their business, I'll be fine.
People actually think I'm genuine, so I guess I'm doing something right. Yeah. That's what I would say.
Softer than a whisper.
Have you considered dating? Ven already told me that she wants nothing to do with me in that regard. So,
Time to skulk about.
Oh gosh, sleepy. Go sit down somewhere.
Can't risk being in open view.
and as my particular personality type, I don't generally show who I am. Really, that's for me and just for me.
All right, time to skulk about.
Which to me is kind of sad because I want someone, I want them to be authentic so I can like get to know them better and know how to please them more, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Meaning that I modulate my behavior, assuming that was the right word. I change my behavior based on
Move with
the
care.
current surroundings. So, I behave in whatever way I need to behave to be liked by as many people as possible.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Generally speaking, in normal social situations.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Right? That's the same thing that I think, Cookie Dough. I would be exhausted.
Is that exhausting, or does it come naturally? When I was younger, it was more difficult to keep together, but I got older, got practice.
Time to press ahead.
No, it's just a normal part of my life. Just say whatever needs to be said to get the things that I want and or need. And that's all.
I couldn't do it for so long.
Now, I assume if I was rich, that behavior might change a little bit. But until that time. I'm gonna shank this guy right here in the butt. As soon as it's my turn. Save it just in case it all goes sideways. Death is my offering. Nah. Shank. Oh. He down. Why did it do so much damage?
I believe Violet is one of the only INFJs. No, the second INFJ we've typed.
Weird. Okay.
These boots have seen everything.
These boots have seen everything. That's a lie. He's lying. How come there are no bags of holding in this game? Someone tell me why.
You've been playing it for longer than any of us.
Maybe, possibly. Maybe someone's played it longer than I have. How is it that in Neverwinter Nights, halfway through the game, I've got like 2 bags of holding and then a bunch of other bags that hyper reduce weight?
Anything of use?
But in Baldur's Gate 3, I haven't found a single bag of any kind. Something to do with Harper's. I'll take it.
I give up on this map.
You give up on the map? Oh.
How long have I been here at this point?
I don't know. Oh, another murderous cut. Kibbles for Snicker. Okay, well, I'll read that later, I guess.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
I can tell you. I can't find whatever they want me to do. I killed everybody here, so what else do you need?
You know better than to play that game on your own.
Don't give me trouble now.
Yes, this is why I have you, but again, well, just trying, and it's just dumb. Since again, I killed everybody here. And I'm supposed to find someone, but where? I've opened every single door. Several times at this point.
You made like a new game or what?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Like, we've already been through it.
Oh, you were already there.
Oh,
Got it.
okay, Violet. Well, you should get officially typed, Violet. Come join
Yeah,
us.
Violet.
Everybody, remember, join the Discord.
Remember to join the Discord.
And you can talk to Urchin about all the questions you have.
That's right.
And enjoy his bright and cheery personality.
Definitely one of those, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just old and miserable.
I was trying to be nice about it.
Potion of Supreme Healing and Cabin in Motion. Okay. It's mine now. Okay, I need to dump some things off in... What's in here? Unfortunately, my wooden crates of immortality weigh 10 pounds apiece, so... Unfortunate. More questions about MBTI. I am here on a Saturday to answer questions. Or everyone can just watch me fail to play Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, that's also an option.
What's in here?
Carl Jung or Jarl Kung? Both sound funny, don't they? Where did this lead me? My goodness. Trap disarm toolkit. I think I've made it
What's that?
to some kind of thieves' den or something. And is this a trap, or is this a trap for some kind of secret? I guess it's a secret door.
Yes, if you have any more questions, let us know. It's about to be, 4 o'clock, so stream is about to end.
Is it about 4 o'clock? It is about 4
Yeah.
o'clock, my goodness.
Well,
Time flies when you're having fun. That's what they say.
McFlurry,
Sunday or
Cookie dough?
McFlurry? I'll go with the Sunday.
see, he's contrary in this one right here. McFlurry, but M&M one.
He's just a contrarian.
Not the Oreo one. They don't put enough Oreo in the Oreo one, or like the Twix or Kit Kat ones. Then, so it doesn't. It just like the soft serve, and then you get a little bit of Oreo. So if you pick the M&M one, they put more M&Ms, and you can actually get chocolates in every bite. There you go.
Fixed it. Favorite extroverted feeling fictional character and favorite introverted feeling fictional character. So if we're saying like preferenced extroverted feeling, like first, second position, so we're talking about ESFJs, ISFJs, INFJs, ENFJs. I don't know if I have a favorite. I'm sure that there is one. Just gotta think about it. I think Galadriel was neat as an ENFJ. There aren't that many actual INFJ characters in film, so can't give you one on that one. But how about for introverted feelers? One that I just enjoy watching every time I see them on screen. I thought the Scarlet Witch was pretty, so we can go with that. INFP.
She was.
Like I just wasn't sure how to answer that one.
Do you like?
Um,
Do you like Cameron?
who?
Cameron from
Cameron?
House. Is that another?
Oh, Dr. Cameron. No, I generally find her annoying. So.
And would you say that oh my gosh, what's House's girlfriend that he left or she left? Would you say she's an INFJ?
Oh, Lisa Cuddy?
Adi, yeah.
It seems plausible. She hits a lot of the earmarks for INFJ. How would you say the ENTJ, ESTJ, FI is? Virtually non-existent. It's not something that is in the forefront of their mind at all. It's something that they push down. With the ESTJ, they end up picking up morals and values based on how they grew up and where they grew up at. And then, of course, having the perspectives of other people gets them kind of attached to other people, so they can develop some manner of attachment and feelings for those people as they get older. ENTJs develop no such attachments, except for maybe, like one special person that they, for some reason, identified with or related to, but very unlikely. Even I did a character analysis of Griffith from Berserk. He's an ENTJ, and even though the closest he ever felt to love for someone was the main character, Guts. That's what his name was. And even then, when Guts fell off the cliff and was presumed dead, Griffith was just stone face. He's like, okay, Guts is dead. The only person I probably ever loved. He's dead. Well, time to move on. And then that was how it was. So that's about the kind of reaction I would expect from an ENTJ in that scenario. So
I mean, what are you gonna do? They're dead already.
that is his thinking. And they're dead. What can you do? I mean,
Yeah.
probably the only person that he'll ever love is dead. And I imagine that most people would have a bit of a response to that. But to an ENTJ, well, they're dead. They're not coming back.
Yeah,
Sucks.
me. Exactly. They're not coming back. It's not like you can bring them back to life. Maybe if you could bring them back to life, it might be different. But if not, then why are we crying about it?
There you go. Not super emotional people. Meanwhile, learning crochet to improve my frustration intolerance to eventually improve my math. Introverted sensing and introverted thinking training. Can it be trained? Can it be trained, do you think? You can spend time practicing it. And, because as we get older, certain functions develop more than others, depending on our necessity for using those functions. So I think it's plausible that you could train yourself eventually to start preferencing to think in certain ways. But like, let's say you're 30 years old and you decided that, okay, well, I want my introverted thinking to be better. Okay, let's say you could work on it to try and preference, going that A to B to C logic and then being able to explain it to people. You could try that. I mean, it would be exhausting, but you could try it. But is it going to be as practiced as someone else who's been doing it for the past 30 years? As a natural preference? It's certainly not. You'd be able to see the differences there. So you still wouldn't be able to necessarily fool someone who's experienced with MBTI, but you could at least bolster it and try to use it more often. Anything's possible. That's what I say. Whether or not that's true, it's just my belief. Goodness. So are we gonna play Neverwinter Nights? Oh, it's time to start drinking. Actually, my goodness, where the time goes. It was time.
It's time for a type.
Oh, I have to type someone as well. For 1 second.
Mm.
Surely you can't agree with how he's talking to a child. It's out of order.
My shop's pilfered every day by rugs like him. City should be for proper folk who earn their crust.
Those clanking great steel watches. Bloody hate them. No matter what the mouth says.
All right. This is not a stream safe for people under the age of 18, but I'm not sure how they feel about alcohol being on screen.
That's fine. I already googled it.
Oh, okay. Blub blub fish. I'm not sure what that means. Who are we typing?
By the way,
anyway?
I figured out what the problem was.
What was the problem?
I had to talk to the guys. Apparently, I just came, killed the people here, and then I left and just wandered for the past 2 hours in the same map. And apparently, I just had to talk to them.
Oh, great! I'm glad we figured that
I
out.
didn't remember these people. I didn't remember them.
Blub blub is
This
fish
is just
language. Or at least bubble language, huh?
That's so.
Let's see here. Okay. Well, I guess that is it for today's stream. It was a bit, it was a bit more chilled and laid back stream today. which is nice. It's a Saturday, right? That makes sense. Remember to check out my Discord if you have further questions. If you couldn't think of any questions during the if you couldn't think of any questions during the stream, you can ask them on my Discord. Just make sure to, at Street Urchin, and then I'll get to you when I can. I'm glad you had fun, Pen. You were here since the beginning. Watch me fail at playing a solo rogue.
What is, dear? What is?
And I've got some typing to do soon, so I gotta get ready for that. And I'll catch you guys later. Huh? Maybe. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow. Maybe. Bye-bye.